all the agreements within a few minutes, but we have nothing to do because time is not friendly to us. Madam Speaker, these are very important agreements, and I want to thank my party NRM that we have come in history of Uganda for having started and discovered the oil, and now we are going to harvest money for the economic development that we believe will transform our country. Madam Speaker, oil is always called a black gold, but wherever it has been or wherever it is, many times there is too much peace or there is no peace. Madam Minister, you have a big role to play because you are in the ministry that Uganda is looking at the ministry that will make Uganda move into a super income. These agreements, Madam Speaker, my contribution to them, first of all, is a host agreement between Uganda and the people. Madam Speaker, I need clarification from the Minister because we have seen many civil society organizations giving complaints that people have not been given their land rights and their rights to participate in the areas where the oil pipelines are going to pass. Therefore, we want to know, or I want to know, the government plan of how those people who are still in those places and have refused to be evicted will be handled peacefully without abusing the rights of the people in those areas. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I have not heard anything concerning the corporate social responsibility and the royalties where this oil comes from, although it is a national wealth. But I believe those people have nature benefit as people who are living in an area where oil was discovered. At the same time, Madam Speaker, although the Minister said there is a confidential clause that we should protect, but I believe the issue of national content in area of provision of raw materials and employment has not been featured clearly in the agreements to the benefit of our people. Because when it doesn't come out clearly, we shall end up having Chinese welders. Yesterday I was with a friend who was telling me that as soon as you enter Munyonyo Resort, you will see an Indian working as a watchman. Why? Because the laws are not so clear. Hospitality. Madam Speaker, as I finish, the tariff and transport agreement. The tariff and the transport agreement, I need the Minister to give more clarity concerning the area of Bubu. Concerning the area of Bubu, because we are having challenges even per now, whereby Ugandan transporters are not allowed to take their vehicles in Kenya, but Kenyan heavy vehicles can come to Uganda and carry goods at any part of the country and take their country. But this is going to be a permanent income that I believe it should feature openly, and the Uganda National Oil Company should put this as a priority, that our people are trained to be drivers, and companies should be arranged and tendered out to make sure that they are also participating into the delivery of goods within our country. Then, Madam Speaker, as I finish, the Uganda National Oil Company, which has shares of in 15%, I see that these shares are very few. These shares are very, very few, although we are using Tanzania as a soil to take or to build our pipeline. The TPDC cannot have the same shares with us. This oil belongs to us, and this oil is also for Uganda. I believe the negotiators did not negotiate very, very well, because although Total and Econ are financing, why do we give Total 52%? 52%, I believe, is a big percentage, because this is an agreement which is not going to last for 5 years. This is a permanent agreement, and sometimes there are challenges in evaluation. So I believe something should be done in the area of percentage of the oil, so that Uganda will also have a big stake. Then lastly, Madam Speaker, right now we are having a problem with Uganda Aviation Authority. The planes, the bombardiers that we brought and praised, they are parked in Entebbe because there is a problem of management and governance. So we really need to know how the Uganda National Oil Company will be managed well, and who are these people. The fact that Parliament should have a very big stake in the selection of these people. Information.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Member. Honourable Speaker, the information I want to give the Honourable Member is that yesterday in the leading news, the Minister of the State for Transport, Honourable Kabas, wrote to the Executive Director of you call them bombardiers, the national carrier, and the Executive Director has refused to respond to the Minister. And it is the board chairman has refused, meaning the board chairman is above the Minister. And that's the scenario that is taking place now in the new national carrier. That's the information I will give you.
Wonderful information. Many times, this money for projects is borrowed money. So when the money is not okay, this money does not have... Madam Speaker, for just a minute.
Please conclude.
Thank you. When the management of this project is not okay, there is no value for money, and Ugandans keep paying loans that have not benefited us. Why I am saying so, Madam Speaker, I need clarity why Wagapa Kabulo, who was in charge of the Uganda National Oil Company, resigned very prematurely when we have just discovered this oil. Why did she resign? Which means even before the project is set off, there is a management problem. There is a serious management problem, and this should come out openly so that we know that this project is under good hands and is being supervised by the people, that there will be value for money. Madam Speaker, lastly, this Chinese company, although is helping us to get the money, but it has too much rights. You cannot say when Total and other companies don't, they forfeit their shares, the Chinese company will be given a priority. We are mortgaging Uganda to China. That is true. My submission is when that company forfeits, the shares should come back to Uganda National Oil Company so that our shares can increase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Number one. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her statement. However, at an appropriate time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to request that the Minister comes back with detailed information on the following, and we are given time to discuss this area. Madam Speaker, issues of oil is a finite resource. If we don't handle it properly, we might end up losing as a country. The areas I would like the Minister to come back to us so that we can have time to discuss are: one, readiness of Uganda to benefit from this finite resource. Number one is in respect to skilling of Ugandans. It is a specialized sector and it needs specialized labor. To what extent has Uganda prepared its citizens to be able to benefit from this? That's number one. Two, she talked about harmonization of the laws. It is a long process. How ready are they and how far have they gone in preparing the laws that will prepare Ugandans to benefit from this resource? Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is the local content. Have we ring-fenced some of the jobs, some of our activities to be specifically done by Ugandans? When you open up, these people have brought their own money. They will say, as long as we have brought our own money, we shall not be given conditions of how our money will be spent. Madam Speaker, through you, if you can allow, the Ministry comes back to us so that Parliament is given enough time so that we can, in detail, discuss these issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, honourable members, as we indicated, this is just really for information. I think the bigger debate will come when we deal with the legislation. Finally, Honorable Bodur, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on point of procedure. I have heard carefully the minister has suggested that there are some confidentiality clauses in this agreement, and to me it appears that it means that even Parliament will have to proceed on this matter cautiously. Madam Speaker, we have had so many bad agreements negotiated by this country, and in the end, the blame comes back to Parliament. Recently, we have had the one of Omeme. Wouldn't it be procedurally right that, Madam Speaker, in your wisdom, you appoint a very special committee to look at the issues that members have raised, so that in case there is something missing, we can raise it when it's early enough, rather than wait later when things have gone bad and then we are blamed. That's the point of procedure I wanted to raise, so that we deal with the issues at the beginning.
Okay, honourable members, in the past we have had occasion to deal with this issue, and I believe there are some positions we are taken, but I cannot remember them offhand. But I'll come back and make a ruling on this issue of how to access. Minister, do you have any response as we close?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I will begin with the last one. These confidentiality clauses are not new. When the production sharing agreements were signed, they were also laid in Parliament in the same procedure. So these processes are already known. It is not really new to us. Now, I must also thank the colleagues who have raised these issues. Yes, it's good to raise and get to know, because this is a very important project to us as Ugandans, and everybody is very expectant to benefit. And that's why local content in these agreements has been emphasized. And for employment, we've ring-fenced 57% of the jobs for Ugandans. So skilling programs have been going on. We have a dedicated institution at Kigumba for people who can be trained. So for welders, we shall need 5,000 welders, right, Honourable Speaker. And I'm told as we speak, we have around 2,500 welders already trained. Now, this nature of industry also needs a lot of electrical engineers. And I think last time when you saw me passing out, I was launching a training for electrical engineers, I appealed because we don't have enough. So we need more people to come. Minister of Education in 7 institutions. Yeah.
Yes, Honourable, much clarification?
Madam Speaker, I'm happy this morning the minister is giving me information and giving Uganda information that we have 2,000 Ugandans who are training as welders in Kigumba. It makes me have a point of clarification. Madam Speaker, I thought that the oil belongs to all Ugandans. And in terms of skilling people who are going to work in this industry, it should be done like how we do the national budget, so that Uganda is balanced at the same time. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I need clarification from the minister. Which method did they use to select the students who are at Kigumba to go train in skilling? Because there is a rumor in the corridor that, Madam Minister, these children were picked from one part of the country and they are your children, so that other parts of Uganda, because how many are from Hokaramoja and how many are from Busia who are in the Kigumba? I need a clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Further clarification.
Honour members, we have a lot of work to do, please. He has left. He is not on the floor. He was also seeking clarification. Minister, you have
Madam Speaker, she has allowed me. Right, Honourable Speaker, the clarification I want to seek from the minister as she comes back to the floor is that you said you will not fund Total. Now, Total is a company coming from France, and several leading banks in France, whom I will not mention, have said they will not fund this company in the execution of this project and construction of the pipeline from Tanga to where Tanzania and Uganda. Now, is this your concern or is not your concern? If a company that's going to do this project, where they're coming from, they are not going to fund it. Majority of the banks, including those of South Africa. Is it your concern that you have taken interest before you sign an agreement, or you don't take it? Thank you very much.
Yes, Onangeto.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to inform members first that Pakwach District, being part of the Albertite region, at least we have students from our place who were given some special consideration and they are undergoing this training. The only problem is that some of them have been calling us, particularly the ones who are in this place in industrial area belonging to the Chinese. Is it Sunplast? There is a training place here. The number of months they were given for the training, why they were calling us was because they were complaining that the number of months they had been given for the training was reduced. And then two, they are supposed to be taken for some internship. And even that opportunity for internship was like being taken away. That was the complaint they were making. And that is the bit where probably I can ask the minister to clarify. But in terms of the selection, I can say as part of the Albertine region, I'm proud at least some students are coming from there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On the last colleague who has just raised that issue, I will follow it up with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. It is good that you have given us that information, because these companies, in the agreements, they are supposed to skill Ugandans. That's part of what we have agreed in that area of oil and gas. And I was telling you that jobs, 57% of the jobs have been ring-fenced for Ugandans. And we have a national database, because this industry, by nature, for you to work there, you should be certified. And that's what we are doing to make sure that Ugandans have this certification. Ministry of Education, as we speak now, they are carrying out a lot of training, preparing, especially the youth, to be able to benefit in this training. Now, I'm not aware of a segregated way of selecting people to go into this training, but I'll be able to find out, Honorable colleague. But otherwise, we have tried, Right Honorable Speaker, to see that we sensitize Ugandans. Now, for the Ugandan companies, 27% of the jobs have been ring-fenced for Ugandans, and registration is ongoing in the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So I'm appealing to colleagues that we sensitize our people to see that they benefit in this. There are certain requirements. We are also putting in place what we call the local content fund to benefit the Ugandan companies, because for them, like you know, they may be disadvantaged to be able to compete with the multinationals. On peace, and an area that has been raised is land compensation. I've received this complaint, and yesterday I had a meeting with Total, and they have assured me that the compensations are going on. And you know, with the compensations, we follow the government valuer. But if there are any disputes, we normally also consult further in the right offices. But otherwise, this is going on, and communities are being sensitized before they are compensated. So these sensitizations are going on. Now, after compensation, I've been reliably informed that this land, after they are compensated, will become public land. So it has to go under the Uganda Land Commission because it will belong now to government. Social, you said social responsibility to the people where this oil is. I think if you went now in the Albertine Graben, the road infrastructure, I think, you have to agree that they now have more roads than any other part of the country. $700 million US through your supporters' parliament was injected in the roads in this area. Now there is a new airport which has costed us $900 million US. So these are boosts. These are already benefits which these people are getting, and more will be given. Now there was a question on the tariff and transportation agreement, and he was talking of local transporters. Now this agreement it touches crude oil going through the pipeline. It is not crude going through trucks. So it is when crude leaves Hoima up to when it reaches Tanga. So that is the agreement as it goes. And also secondly, I also wish to inform Parliament that this particular pipeline will take crude to Tanga, but Tanzania also has gas. So we shall also be importing their gas to support us in the iron smelting in the Kigezi area. So we are all going to benefit using this pipeline. There was a concern that the 15% for UNOC is very low. Honorable colleagues, you know, it depends on the envelope which we have. I'm still, even the 15%, I'm still struggling to get it. But otherwise, if we had more money, you know, the more shares you have, the more profits you get. Now, the concern of Uganda National Oil Company in management of this business, and you are citing companies like Uganda Airlines. Right, Honorable Speaker, the board of the Uganda National Oil Company is appointed by His Excellency with approval of this Parliament. So you participated in the creation of this board. So those members passed through your vetting, and they are the people who have to oversee this company. But what we have also raised is something very important, and the issue of governance. I've been in some of the presentations where people are recommending that we go for e-governance, such that most of the things are done on online, or you have e-systems. This will really eliminate most of these graft and these people, the corrupt mentalities. A member raised an issue of resignation of Madam Wapakabulo. I don't think I have the right shoes to answer that, but I'm told she resigned on her own. So I don't know, whatever, if you have other, whatever, maybe you can confide in me, but I'm not aware of any other. But as we speak now, we have another young lady, Proscovia Nabanja, who took up the management of that institution, and I think she's doing fine. The honorable colleague who has requested for a discussion, and I highly appreciate that. As Parliament, right, Honorable Speaker, we need a debate here such that members understand these issues very well, because you are the representatives of our people, and your eyes should be on the ground to ensure that Ugandans benefit. So I support this, and we have all this information, and we could also look for more. There is a lot of business which will be there, right from the logistics industry, including we are supposed to have 100 all the time, all the year round, greenhouses. So we need all of us to be on our toes to see that we are able to supply. So that people, if we don't supply, then they will say, okay, you don't have, let's go to Egypt and get this, and we shall have no. So I totally agree that we take on this so that we can prepare our people and they are able to harvest this money and it remains in Uganda. But otherwise, I've been on Total's neck to see that most of the projects, most of the contracts are given priority to Ugandans. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Let's go to item 32, please. Item 32, you go follow her, please. 32.
Item 32, statement by Minister on the status of property belonging to the late former President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Idi Amin.
Minister of Land is absent. Go to item 4.
Item number 4, motion for resolution of Parliament to withdraw the proposal to borrow up to UA 89.5 million from the East African Development Fund and euro 193.72 million from the African Development Bank.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the background to this, we laid on the 21st of April 2021, we laid here on the floor a request of government to borrow from the following institutions that are mentioned, and after that the committee, the request was presented to the committee, and during the consideration in that period, the bank came to us and said they can give us more money in a concessional window than a non-concessional window, and therefore the committee said we should come back and then lay the new terms to this House. That's the background to this. So I want to, so it will work with the item 4 and 5. After we have withdrawn, we lay, but the committee is in advanced stages of finishing their work. So, Madam,
yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to move a motion of a resolution of Parliament to withdraw the proposal. Madam Speaker, the proposal to borrow up to 107.4 million euros from the African Development Bank and 193.72 million from the African Development Bank and 125.984 million from the Corporate International Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project, and also to move, Madam Speaker, or a motion of the resolution of Parliament to borrow up to 216.7 from the African Development Fund, 84.4 from the African Development Bank, and 25.984 million from the Corporate International Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway. So it's a replacement of the new terms, Madam Speaker.
Members, the motion for withdrawal supported?
Yes.
Is the motion supported?
No.
Okay, supported. Justify.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The point of procedure I'm raising is that the Minister of State for Finance, in charge of planning, has planned this motion very ugly in a way that is asking us to process two different motions in one, under one item. He's asking for a motion for withdrawal that he has not clearly provided to us. At the same time, he's also asking for a motion for a resolution to borrow. Wouldn't it be properly that this minister is asked to go back and separate the two motions clearly and come back to this House so that once we are handling these items, we know what we are dealing with? Madam Speaker, I beg that you guide on this.
Members, if you look at the order paper, the motion for withdrawal is item 5, item 4, and the other one is item 5. So there are two motions. That's why I asked him, can you justify your proposal for withdrawal? Let's start with item 4, please. We're on item 4. Please, you don't interfere with the motion. Allow the minister to move the motion first, then you can speak to it.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable, where is your iPad? You didn't bring it. Hey, clerk.
So, Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, 21st April 2021, I tabled the motion on the floor of Parliament for the resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to 107.4 million euros from the African Development Fund and 193.72 million from the African Development Fund and 25.984 million from the Corporate International Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. The loan was accordingly referred to the Committee of National Economy for consideration. Subsequently, the bank, the African Development Bank, has come back to us and informed us, referring to the earlier request, that more concessional resources had been made available amounting to 216.7 million euros for the refurbishment of Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project, opposed to the earlier 107.4 million, implying that less will be borrowed from the non-concessional loan window of the African Development Bank, thus seizing the ADB window allocation of 193.72 million to 84.481 million. I note that the changes in the loan amounts and terms require a formal withdrawal of the loan request for Parliament and submission of a new loan request to Parliament under Rule 61(1) of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure, with leave of the House or Committee to withdraw a motion before the question is put on the motion. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm withdrawing this, but formally laying the new terms so that the Committee of National Economy can conclude this request by government.
Okay, honourable members, put the question. That the question be put, doesn't. Yes, honourable Machu.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for what he's doing, because according to the chairperson of the committee, says that they are moving from better to the best loan. But I have some questions, Madam Speaker, before a question is put on. Whereas other countries are moving towards standard gauge railway, we are moving towards refabricating the old ones, the stone gauge railway system. What is wrong with Uganda? Who has cast us? As we leave that per se, Mr. Minister, when are you bringing this loan back? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question, that the question be put. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. And I put the question that the proposal for the loan be withdrawn as requested. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. You can now move the second motion.
Item number 5, laying of papers, request to borrow up to UA 179.56 million from the ADF.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move to lay the request of government to borrow up to 179.56 million AU, which is equivalent to 216.7 million euros from the African Development Bank for consideration of this House.
Honourable members, you have been informed that the subject matter is the same. The other loan has been withdrawn. The minister is now laying this one to go to the committee to complete their work. So let me send the Committee of National Economy for completion. Five-two.
Item 5.2, proposal to hedge euro 100 million from Stanbic Bank Limited loan procured to finance the budget deficit for financial year 2019-2020.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay requests of government to a proposal to hedge 100 million euros from the Stanbic Bank Limited loan procured to finance the budget deficit for financial year 2019-2020.
Now, Honourable Minister, I think I informed the government that we're in the closing stages of the 10th Parliament. I think that you are either taking us for granted, overstretching the capacity of this House to process this in a very short time. Why don't you table this in the 11th Parliament?
Madam Speaker, if you guide, so we shall table it, but we are only considering those requests that are already in the committee.
No, is this hedging also in the committee?
No.
Is 5 really in the committee?
It's not in the committee, but we...
No, Minister, I think this is, you're not being fair to Parliament. I propose that this be laid in the next Parliament.
Okay, so we beg that we withdraw the request and we shall raise it in the 11th Parliament.
Okay. Thank you.
Item number 6, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the proposed amendments to the Rules of Procedure of Parliament.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, yesterday we stopped at proposed amendment to Rule 28, Statement of Business by Leader of Government Business. Renumber the current Rule 1, the current Rule as 1, and insert a new sub-rule 2 as follows. 2. The Speaker shall cause the statement to be reflected on the order paper of the last sitting of the House of the week. Justification: to ensure that the Leader of Government complies with this rule.
Members, you've heard the proposal. I put the question that the rules be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Rule 33.
Rule 33, laying of reports of parliamentary delegations abroad. Sub-rule 2, insert the words lessons learned between the words key and recommendations appearing in line 4. Justification: to improve the reports of parliamentary delegations abroad by highlighting key lessons learned during international engagements.
Members, you've heard the proposal. Put the question that Rule 33 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 41.
Rule 41, Prime Minister's time. Insert new sub-rules immediately after sub-rule 2 as follows. 1. Questions to the Prime Minister shall be made in writing and submitted to the clerk. 2. The clerk shall enter all the questions in the Prime Minister's question time. I beg your pardon. 2. The clerk shall enter all the questions in the Prime Minister's question records book and select 15 questions by raffle, which shall be forwarded to the Prime Minister. 3. The Prime Minister shall provide written responses copied to the relevant members and respond to these questions during the Prime Minister's question time. 4. The clerk shall publish a list of all questions and the responses made every month. Justification. In developed legislatures, questions to the Prime Minister are sent in advance. This helps to ensure that the Prime Minister prepares a proficient response.
Honourable members, you've heard. Yes, Honourable Macho.
I think the
Prime Minister would like to say something.
Madam Speaker, this is a good proposal, but in addition, I wish to propose that the Prime Minister's question time under Rule 41(1) be amended to 2:15 p.m. be brought to 2:15 p.m. For clarity, it should be scheduled as item number 4 after the statement of business for the scheduling week by the leader of government business. Justification is that the Prime Minister, leader of government business and other businesses from MDA should be given priority on the order paper, so as to handle parliamentary matters early and also be able to attend to other urgent government matters. I beg to propose.
Remember, I don't recall, what was the rationale for the 4 p.m.? I don't know. I don't. We can find out. Yes, Honourable Macho?
Madam Speaker, sorry. Let me use the Busia way.
Hey, where are our stewards? But you should not take off your mask.
Madam Speaker, when anyone is put, I feel very free to talk. With your permission, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Chair for his submission. In amendment, he suggests that during the time of the leader of government business, a question should be written. Madam Speaker, I believe that the Prime Minister or Prime Ministers in the Commonwealth countries and Uganda in particular have clerks behind them wherever they go, apart from places of disconvenience. I therefore still want to submit that although writing of a question should be taken on, but still an oral question should be asked because it gives awareness to the country that at such a time a question was asked, and this gives the Prime Minister to have interest to give an answer because it was a public question. Because sometimes written questions, answers come late. That is why in the chairman's submission he said that the Prime Minister can submit the answer after a month. These are 30 days. What about in case it is a disaster or a calamity? Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I submit, I also call upon my friends, my colleagues to support me. On the written submission is fine, but let's add on also an oral talking submission so that the Prime Minister, his clerks can write down this question so that the whole country and the people who are concerned with the question can know that at such a time our issue was asked. And this puts governments, majorly in Commonwealth countries, because of the British system, they love doing things slowly, to answer quickly to the calamity or to the need of that time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am not comfortable with subjecting the questions to raffles, because in effect it means that a member's question can stay for the entire 5 years without being answered. The moment you subject the member's question to raffles, it's a matter of luck and bad luck, and you never know when your question will come. So rather than suggest the procedure for raffles, we can suggest, if the chairman allows, either on first come first served basis, or that if there are 2 questions and a member had asked in the previous session, then the newest question should be allowed. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this question must be answered within some time frame that is reasonable. I agree with Honorable Macho that 1 month is too much. If the Prime Minister was answering this question on spot in this House within just 5 minutes, why don't we give a shorter period, for example, of 1 week, so that we can have these answers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
Madam Speaker, actually, the problem with the current rules has not been on Parliament, but it has been on the Prime Minister. He is aware that he must be here to answer oral questions either on Wednesday or Thursday. And he has 3 deputies, but he has never delegated any of them to respond. Once we write these questions, still we are going for questions for oral answer, yet we have them in our rules. Now, if you subject the Prime Minister to written questions, it is going to be very expensive, first of all. Secondly, if he has failed to respond to oral questions very well, how will he respond to written questions? Because every member is going to write. I would pray that we have to put a better amendment, that even the Deputy Prime Minister can respond. However, where he fails to respond to a question, he can give us another day. That's what we used to have in the 9th Parliament. The Prime Minister would come in, you give oral questions, then he says, I cannot answer this one, but I will give an answer next week, and he comes in. These questions cannot last for a month. That is going to take too long. These are spontaneous questions that need immediate answers to the public, and then the country moves on. But then if you write, keep them, here we are. The Prime Minister last came here, well, I think when we are talking about security and the curfew, he has not appeared at all. And General Moses Hassali is insulating his absence by having a lot of business. That's not true. It's not true. He has to be here because the leader of government, business. But you can as well answer those questions. But even if you are around, the Deputy Prime Minister, the General, cannot be given permission to answer those questions, as if they are meant for the only Prime Minister, yet they sit in the same office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, on Anyakun, Yumbe, Ongeto, and Franca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson for this amendment. Madam Speaker, for sure this House has been having challenges on issues of question time for the Prime Minister. Because when you ask the Prime Minister on the floor, they just give you a very light response. Most of the time, members don't get satisfied. For the times we have been asking questions, it is very, very difficult. If there could be a way, when you ask the questions, the Prime Minister also gives you a time frame there and then when something is going to be responded, so that you can be able to follow up. Or else, when he comes back, he should be able to tell us what he has done in that. Because it is, I don't see sometimes the meaning of the question time, because people don't get satisfied of all their questions. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Waru.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the chairperson on the issue of writing down the questions for Prime Minister. In most cases, in this Parliament, members have asked questions. Even I, for one, asked questions several times, but the answer that I was given was not so satisfactory that I could not be able to, satisfy my people down there. Right Honourable Speaker, for that purpose, I would say that it is good to write down questions for the Prime Minister to analyze and internalize, so that the Prime Minister can bring in this House a very satisfactory answer. Only that I disagree with the timing, saying that the answers, the Prime Minister can come back and answer the questions after 1 month or within 1 month. I think some of the questions need immediate response. So for that matter, I would say, if the questions are written down for Prime Minister to internalize and analyze, after that the Prime Minister can come and gives maybe the answer directly to members as the clerk publishes the questions. That is what I think. I beg to submit.
Now, honourable members, I want to encourage you to support the chair. When I sit here, sometimes I tell myself that this answer the Prime Minister has dodged. This one he has sidestepped. And I feel that yes, members have asked, but there's no answer. So I think let us try to put them in writing and see how it goes. I think it's better so that he has to prepare. Honorable
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity, but you had read my mind somehow. Because I think I have ever asked questions to the Prime Minister, but like you said, I keep quiet and I'm totally dissatisfied. And for me, it would be good if I had written and given time to the Prime Minister to think about it, and where possible, he could also find out. Because there are certain things we ask here that he needs to find out from the other ministers and whatever, so that he responds better. I agree to that. But also, I think there should be room for a situation where something has come up and somebody needs to ask. And I would suggest in that situation, this person can come to you and let you know that I have this, I have not written, but I think I need to ask it now. And that should also be allowed where possible. But for other emergencies, I think we also have an opportunity for matters of national importance. So we can present it in that way, other than having the emergency looked at also in terms of the question time for the Prime Minister. Thank you so much.
Franca. Let me finish this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like my other colleagues that contributed earlier expressed concern, the Honorable Odu, Jonathan, and Macho, but of course you've already made a wise guidance on this matter. But the experience, Madam Speaker, like you've stated, is challenging on both sides. On the other side of giving on-spot question and receiving an immediate response, we have experienced half-baked, for lack of better word, Madam Speaker, half-baked responses. In that, for instance, if the Prime Minister is asked, are you aware about this problem in a certain constituency? And the Prime Minister gets up to say, I'm not aware, and that is the response. That becomes a big challenge, definitely. That would necessitate a comprehensive response, which would be written. But on the other hand, Madam Speaker, also, when some of us were trying to get through questions that are written, through questions for oral answer as provided for in the current rules of procedure. Madam Speaker, some of us have had challenges. I think in this case then, since we are going to take your guidance, the Office of the Clerk has got to improve on the processes of helping the members to process these questions such that it reaches the Prime Minister in time and the responses are also followed up to be presented on the floor in time. Because several times a number of members have written questions for oral answer, you do not see the responses at all, and they don't even appear on the order paper, and in most cases it's very frustrating, and that could be the reason why most members are raising concern. Thank you.
Oseku?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the Chair and your guidance that we should have these questions written because it's going to help in terms of referring to what was asked and the response that is given. But also the history and practice of this, Madam Speaker, I want to say is that it's better that the question, those who are seeking to ask these questions are put on a listing. They should be on a prior listing to the Speaker, and then they can ask the questions, because so then members don't waste time to ask questions and then they are put to a raffle. So those seeking to ask the questions should notify the Speaker, and then they can be listed. Then they can ask these questions according to those ones who will have been scheduled on the list. Otherwise, to say that they write asking, and then the questions are subjected to a raffle, that would be a waste of time. So we would agree on a particular number of questions, and then the members who seek to ask these questions go to seek permission from the Speaker or the Clerk to ask these questions. Then they can be listed, and then that would be convenient for us. Thank you.
Honourable members, I think what we have to settle is the issue of the raffle, the issue of the time. Then I just wanted to, I'm coming, Minister, I just wanted to draw your attention to Rule 41, Sub-Rule 3, which provides that in the absence of the Prime Minister, a minister may make a statement or answer questions put to him or her. So I think that we have not exercised the opportunity to ask the Deputy Prime Minister to answer, but the rule is there. I think we need to now activate it. Honorable Opendi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, nobody can know or have answers to everything. And of course, I've heard members saying some of the answers given during Prime Minister's question time have been, they've not been satisfactory. I wanted to propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that in order to improve on this, of course, I entirely agree with what the chair is proposing, that members write. However, Right Honourable Speaker, writing, members also want to be heard raising these issues on the floor. So the members could write the questions. We can agree on an advance written question to the Prime Minister, and it could be in a week's time. For example, if we are going to have Prime Minister's question time on a Thursday next week, by Thursday this week, the questions should have been written and sent to the clerk's office. She compiles them, and then, Right Honourable Speaker, the list will already be with you, and the members raise the questions on the floor, but the Prime Minister will have been notified and he will have gotten answers. But just leaving it that within a month, it might take forever. So I wanted us to improve on that and say in a week's time, the Prime Minister should come and respond, but having written, yes, information from Honourable Manch.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I earn my cost of living by talking for my people. Madam Speaker, I came back this term because I talked for my people. Madam Speaker, whereas I do respect your guidance, but I believe talking here is very important. And prime ministers in Commonwealth countries, and Uganda in particular, hear when you have talked. If I had written that Busia market is closed, right now maize would be rotting in the stores.
No, no, no. Members, we are not substituting your speaking to the writing. We are saying, can we inform the Prime Minister in advance? So when he comes with an answer, not to say, I am aware, and then he sits down. You will ask, but want him to be better prepared to give you a better answer.
Madam Speaker,
no one is taking away your right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Don't worry about that one.
Thank you.
You know, this is the word parliament is a French word meaning to speak. So it's about speaking.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, my proposal is let's go by the writing, but be specific that in a week's time, members should send in their questions before Thursday for the next week. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I think the information I want to give is that when the committee was canvassing this issue, we were alive to the concern of the members about sometimes the quality of the answer, especially when the question is spontaneous and the Prime Minister is not prepared. Members thought that in practice, if, like we have seen it in other cases where the President is answering questions, the Prime Minister, it is unrealistic to expect the Prime Minister to have all the answers of the different sectors every now and then, especially on current issues. So our suggestion was that one of the ways to address that concern or to answer this question meaningfully is that when the Prime Minister's question time is coming, the different line ministers should be available. And where the question is something that maybe has not come to the attention of the Prime Minister should be able to direct the specific minister, whether of health, education, to actually come in and help. Now, you also talked about the question of that provision where the minister steps in on behalf of the Prime Minister. We think that also there are deputy prime ministers who have not really been used. So there are provisions that provides for ministers to answer questions. There are separate days for that. But in a situation where the Prime Minister has to come, I think if the Prime Minister himself is not available, the Deputy Prime Minister, the deputies should be the one delegated so that the ministers are left for the other provision which is really for them. The other issue that you raised, Madam Speaker, is the question of time. I know the proposal by the Prime Minister here has been that it should be at 2:15.
In the rule, we were talking of 4 p.m. I think the best thing in that situation to be prepared is to leave the time for the speaker. There should be some discussion. Because if you say 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. we are somehow in the middle of another debate, what happens?
Yes.
So at the end of the day, maybe they should be available at 2 p.m. and when you think it is deemed fit on that day, you can bring it, whether it is at 3 or 2 or what, but you will know the priority at the end of the day. So I think this is the information I wanted to give. Thank you.
Okay, no members, I also think that we should not insist on the time. Let us say we give the Prime Minister priority on that day. The time will be done by the Secretary, but he'll get priority. So, Honorable Chair, can we deal with the raffle and the time for answering?
Madam Speaker, all the 15 questions which are submitted to the Prime Minister are for the next Prime Minister's time. Therefore, the Prime Minister has 1 week. All the questions which are submitted to him are questions that during the Prime Minister's time for that week, he will come and answer them. Whether he decides that the questions should be given to him on Monday morning, so he consults Cabinet, we will agree that on such and such a day, the Prime Minister must receive all those questions. But therefore, Thursday. So every week. Now, a proposed amendment 4 is simply that at the end of the month, the clerk will publish a list of all the questions that were asked and answered. That is just for our records as members. Now, we are not saying that these questions will be answered at the end of the month. We are saying for this month of April, questions that were answered in the 4 Thursdays of April will then be published so that members have those records. We are also not saying that on Prime Minister's question time, members will just walk in and the Prime Minister, the member may, if your question is to be answered, you may be given time to read out the question so that it's like you have asked the question again. And then the Prime Minister responds. But we are only cognizant of the fact that, one, our system of government is presidential. There are certain questions that the Prime Minister can only answer after consulting with the executive. If we insist that the Prime Minister should answer them there and then we are going to be getting the kind of half-baked answers that we are complaining about. I think what we need is comprehensive answers that are satisfactory to the problems that we are raising to the Prime Minister. Now, we also understand the issue of the raffle. I think, as Honorable Sarah Opendi suggested, I think, we could have these questions submitted to the clerk on a first-come, first-served basis. And then the clerk could also combine questions that are on the same matter. The clerk could say, Honorable Macho and Honorable Dur asked questions relating to this policy issue. They are combined as one question and answered by the Prime Minister. So that really, I think, would solve it. If we said questions have to be submitted to the clerk by the end of Monday afternoon, then the clerk goes through the questions and the first 15 and others which relate to the first 15 are combined and sent to the Prime Minister. I think that would be okay.
Sir?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the framers of these rules, what they wanted, Madam Speaker, as you've highlighted, the Prime Minister is the lead of government business. He deals with policy matters. He deals with the government performance, as highlighted in 41.2 2B. Question may be put to the Prime Minister relating to the matters of government policy or general performance of the government and government agencies. Where members of parliament feel that the sector is not doing well, I think in the rules, we have where members write oral questions to the sector ministries. So why do you want to put immediate answers which are needed by policies and performance of government to take a long time when the decision making is at the policy and government agencies where the Prime Minister can answer? Because whereby a Prime Minister is a human being, cannot know everything. Where a member of parliament comes from Kabul and asks, what has happened in Kasagama? And he answers quickly. Because they are under that ministry or sector ministry where I feel that something is happening, I write to the sector minister. But when you put everything, the intended Rule 41 was, it's a general picture of government and policy, how it works. But when you put a Prime Minister task to explain each and everything, it will be a problem, even in terms of costing. Because the hazard is there. Why do you say that every month that the clerk should publish? The hazard is there. When you need anything, you're going to pick it. Me, I thought there is no, we can leave that rule as it is. Anybody who has an immediate question, the immediate answer should be given either by policy, by read of government business.
Madam Mahmoud.
Madam Speaker, the additional information I wanted to give is that if you, many times where there are matters of urgent and national importance, you have allowed members actually to raise these matters. So if the matter is very important and is very urgent, you can raise it as a matter of national urgent importance. But there are questions that needs consultation. There are questions that needs details. But when you lump all of them and you don't give time, well, then we are simply wasting time. That's the information I wanted to give.
No,
Thank you.
Honourable members, you know this question time is intended to try to elicit an answer which you can even take back and go and call a rally in Karuma and say, you people, I asked the Prime Minister to answer this question. This is what he said. You need good answers, not just saying, I don't know or I am aware, and then he sits down. Yes, please. Yes.
I think, Madam Speaker, before the chairman comes in.
Madam Speaker, I think the problem that my brother, the Honorable Kakoza, is not seeing is that merely having Rule 41 is not the problem we have here. We are looking at this rule now because as it is, it has not worked. It has not worked to the satisfaction, to the quality that members expect from the Prime Minister. And that is simply what we are trying to cure. These rules are not cast in stone. Where they don't work, we make them work.
Then, if we have a rule whereby every minister, where we write that every Thursday the oral questions are submitted to the clerk and written to the sector ministry, then this rule becomes very redundant.
No,
because every minister is written to.
Honourable members, let us separate Prime Minister's time from the other question time, please. Let's separate that.
So, Madam Chair, me, I would think the way how Rule 41, we are not curing anything. We leave it as it is, so that the minister, the Prime Minister, by that time when he comes, when he has a general policy which they have discussed in cabinet, and the whole public must know. By the way, the Prime Minister of government is broadcasted live. Whatever he answers, that's the government decision. If it's a policy, it's known. If it's anything coming from cabinet, it's known by him. So when you conscript that he should write when I need an immediate answer on a policy which has passed, and you wait, somebody writes for a week, it comes for a week, and a member of parliament want to know that how is the performance of that policy we passed in cabinet, how does it work? You wait for a week. I don't think it makes anything. For me, I would rather emphasize that the Prime Minister must come and we ask questions on general policy of government, how it works. If it's all a question, we forward it to the sector ministry to answer quickly by that time. It's a question.
You know, honour members, when members stand up to ask for spontaneous questions, you don't know whether they're going to ask about policy, or they're going to ask about their water, or they're going to ask about a road. They just get up and ask. So please, let us ensure that the members and the citizens get better answers. Yes, if it doesn't work, we can change, please. I put the question that the new rule be inserted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. And then there was a deletion, sub-rule 3.
Honorable members, we also move to delete sub-rule 3 of Rule 41. Justification, only the Prime Minister should take questions at this time. The procedure for other ministers to answer questions in the House is provided for under Rule 42.
Wouldn't you want to put, instead of minister, to put their deputy prime minister? Because that's what we have been saying, that when the prime minister is not there, he can delegate. Why don't we now substitute prime minister here? Deputy prime minister? Instead of just removing it.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I concede, and that makes more sense. So, honorable members,
yes.
We could therefore substitute in sub-rule 3, in the absence of the Prime Minister,
the
Deputy Prime Minister may make a statement.
Yes.
So we delete a minister and insert a Deputy Prime Minister in sub-rule 3 of Rule 41. I beg to submit.
Okay, now members, I put the question that the rule be further amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 42, please.
Rule 42, ministers to attend the House to answer questions. Substitute for Rule 42, Rule 44, and thereafter, honorable members, Rule 42 to 50 are really not substantive amendments as such, but they are realignment of the rules to make them flow in a chronological way. So if you look at the proposed amendments from Rule 42 to Rule 50, you realize that we're just moving some earlier and moving some forward. They're not changing anything. They're really putting these rules in order so that the member using the rules finds it easy to locate that rule following from the previous rule. So that's why the language sounds a bit confusing. Substitute for Rule 42, Rule 44, and thereafter move Rule 42 to Rule 50 with modifications. So the new Rule 52, the new Rule 42 now would read as follows. 42, questions to ministers. Questions may be asked of ministers relating to public affairs with which they are officially connected, proceedings pending in Parliament, or any matter of administration for which the ministers are responsible. 2. Questions relating to matters which are under the control of a statutory body must be restricted to those matters for which a minister is made responsible by law or which affect the general policy of that statutory body. Justification: to ensure better chronology of the rules relating to questions, since the categorization of respondents of questions precedes the schedule or rota of questions. This will ease any reference to rules relating to questions.
Members put the question that Rule 42 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Rule 43, rota of questions. Substitute for Rule 43 the following. 43, questions to chairpersons and the Commission. 1. Questions may be asked of committee chairpersons relating to a bill, motion, or other public matters connected with the business of the House for which the committee is responsible. 2. Questions may be asked of the Commission relating to the administration of Parliament or other Commission matters. Justification: Rule 43 has been replaced with Rule 45 and Rule 43 inserted immediately after Rule 50 for better chronological flow.
Members, I put the question that Rule 43 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 44.
Rule 44, subject matter of questions. Substitute for Rule 44, Rule 48. Rule 44 now reads as follows. 44, conditions for admissibility of questions. 1. Questions must comply with the following conditions. A question shall not include the names of persons or statements of fact unless they are necessary to make questions intelligible, and in the case of statements of fact can be authenticated by the member concerned or contain charges which the member asking the question is not prepared to substantiate. B, a question shall not contain any arguments, expressions of opinion or inferences, imputations, epithets, or controversial, ironical, or offensive expressions or hypothetical cases. C, a question shall not be asked which raises an issue already decided or which has been answered substantially during the current session. D, a question shall not be asked regarding proceedings in a committee which have not been tabled before the House by a report from the committee. E, a question shall not solicit the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case or a hypothetical proposition. F, a question shall not be asked as to the character or conduct of any person except in his or her official capacity. G, a question shall not refer to more than one subject and shall not be of excessive length. H, a question shall not be asked the answer to which is readily available in official publications. I, a question shall not be asked on the character or conduct of persons whose conduct may only be challenged on a substantive motion. And J, a question shall not be drafted as to be likely to prejudice a case under trial. Subrule 2, a supplementary question shall be subject to the same rules of order as an original question. Justification: chronologically, conditions for admissibility of questions follow after the subject matter of questions.
The members put the question that Rule 44 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 45.
Rule 45, questions to chairpersons and the Commission. Substitute for Rule 45 the following. 45, questions for oral answer. 1. Notice of a question for oral answer shall be given by delivery of the written question marked with oral reply to the clerk at least 3 days, exclusive of any Saturdays and Sunday or public holidays, before the day on which the sitting commences, at which the member proposes to ask the question. 2. The clerk shall ensure that the notice delivered to him or her under Subrule 1 is communicated to the person required to answer it as soon as is practicable from the date of delivery, and the person asking the question shall be informed of the communication. 3. The response by a minister to a question asked of him or her shall be sent to the clerk within 5 working days, and the clerk shall distribute the response to the members within 5 days. 4. A minister shall not take more than 2 weeks to respond to a question from a member. 5. Answers to a question not marked for oral reply shall be communicated in writing to members and shall be printed in the official report. 6. There shall be a question record book to be kept by the clerk, which shall be open for inspection by members, and in which shall be recorded A, all questions submitted by the members, B, names of members asking the question, C, date of receipt of the question, D, date of dispatch of the question to the person required to answer, E, date of answer in the House. Justification: to make the procedure for questions for oral answer clearer.
Now, members, for the question that Rule 45 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 46.
Rule 46, notice of urgent questions. Substitute for Rule 46 the following. 46, order of oral questions to be determined by lot. The order in which questions for oral answer shall be placed on the list of questions shall be determined by lot under the direction of the Speaker. 1. Not more than 3 questions for oral answer shall be asked by a member at any one sitting. 2. The answer for any question remaining on the order paper after the time allotted for questions has passed shall be printed in the official report. Justification: Rule 46 has been replaced with Rule 47 to ensure better chronological flow.
Members, I put the question that Rule 46 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 47.
Rule 47, order of oral questions to be determined by lot. Substitute for Rule 47 the following. 47, manner of asking and answering questions. During question time, the Speaker shall call successively each member in whose names a question stands on the order paper. 2. The member called upon shall rise and read out the number assigned to the question standing in his or her name on the order paper. 3. In the absence of the member asking the question, any member authorized by the member may, with the Speaker's prior permission, read the number of the question on behalf of the absent member. 4. The answer to any question shall be printed and a copy of it supplied to the member asking it, not less than 15 minutes before the time fixed for the sitting at which the question is to be answered, and the answer shall be read by the member to whom the question is addressed, or by the member acting for the member to whom the question is addressed. 5. The reply to a question shall be limited to 3 minutes. However, if the Speaker considers that the matter is of sufficient importance, up to an additional 2 minutes may be added to this time. 6. Without prejudice to the right to answer a question, no member shall address the House upon any question, nor in asking the question shall any argument or opinion be offered. 7. When any question has been asked and answered, no debate on it shall be permitted. Justification: Rule 47 has been replaced with Rule 49 to achieve a better chronological flow.
Members, I put the question that close. Honorable Franca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the matter of supplying the member a reply within 15 minutes, 15 minutes before presentation of the question may not be ample enough. I wanted to request that the chair accepts that this is adjusted to at least 4 hours before the sitting, or 1 day before that question is responded to, so that a member is given ample time to look through it and may be able to raise subsidiary questions accordingly after having looked at it. But when you supply it within 15 minutes, may not be ample enough. Thank you, Madam.
What do you say about that?
Madam Speaker, the proposal the member is raising would mean substantially amending, because what we have done is simply to bring Rule 49 as it is now in our rules of procedure. It has been brought back to 47. But in the current Rule 49, which deals with members asking and having question, manner of asking and answering questions, Rule 49.4 actually has the 15 minutes. So if members would wish to amend, this amendment is not a new proposal by the committee, but if you wish to amend Rule 49 as it stands now, I have no problem with that.
The members have put the question that Rule 47 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 48.
Rule 48, conditions for admissibility of questions. Substitute for Rule 48 the following. 48, supplementary questions. 1. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member, starting with the member who asked the question, may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for the further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding the answer which has been given. Supplementary questions shall arise directly from the answer to the original question and shall not be used to introduce matters not included in the original answer to the question. 2. The reply to each supplementary question shall, except with the permission of the Speaker, be limited to 2 minutes. Justification. Having carried Rule 48 to Rule 44, Rule 48 has been replaced with Rule 50 for better chronological flow.
The members put the question that Rule 48 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 49.
Rule 49, manner of asking and answering questions. Substitute for Rule 49 the following. 49. Notice of urgent questions. 1. A question shall not be asked without notice unless it is of an urgent nature relating either to a matter of public importance or the arrangement of business. 2. Questions without notice shall only be asked with the prior leave of the Speaker. 3. The Speaker shall determine the admissibility of a question in accordance with Rule 44. 4. Where the Speaker is of the opinion that any question which a member has sought leave to ask without notice infringes any of the conditions set out in this rule, the Speaker may direct that it be printed or asked with such alterations as he or she shall direct, or that it be returned as she shall direct, he or she shall direct. Yeah. Or that it be returned as he or she shall direct. 5. Where the Speaker has refused to admit any question under this rule, the member bringing the question is entitled to appeal in writing to the Business Committee for a decision.
Honourable members, put the question that Rule 49 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 50.
Rule 50. Substitute supplementary questions. Substitute for Rule 50 the following. 50. Ministers to attend the House to answer questions. 1. A minister shall attend sittings of the House to answer questions asked of him or her. 2. Question time to ministers shall ordinarily not exceed 2 hours, except that the Speaker may, in exceptional cases, exercise his or her discretion and permit questions after the expiry of 2 hours. 3. The questions shall be asked on Wednesdays and Thursdays of the week of the sitting of Parliament. 4. It shall be disorderly conduct of a member to fail to ask or for a minister to fail to answer a question listed on the order paper without the leave of the Speaker. Justification. Having carried Rule 50 to Rule 48, Rule 50 has been replaced with selected provisions of Rule 42(1) to 4.
And members have put the question that Rule 50 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. There's a new rule.
New rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 50 to read as follows. Rota of questions. The time available for answering questions shall be allotted on different days in rotation relating to such ministry or ministries as the Speaker may determine. And on each such day, only questions relating to the ministry or ministries for which time has been allotted on that day shall be placed on the list of questions for oral answer. Justification. To cater for the current Rule 43, which has been replaced by Rule 45 as a result of the reorganization of Part 1X of the rules.
Members, I put the question, the new rule be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 51.
Rule 51, statement by ministers. A, Sub-Rule 1, delete the words on the sequence of business prescribed by Rule 25 appearing in lines 2 and 3. Justification for clarity. B, new sub-rule. Insert a new sub-rule immediately after sub-rule 3 as follows. A statement by a minister shall be in written form. Justification. To make it mandatory for ministerial statements to be in written form for ease of reference.
Members put the question that Rule 51 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Rule 120, private members' bills. Under sub-rule 3, substitute for the words Department of Legislative and Legal Services the words Clerk to Parliament. Justification. For consistency with sub-rule 4, since all departments work on behalf of the Clerk to Parliament.
The members have put the question that Rule 120 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Rule 142, bills returned by President. A, Sub-Rule 1. Substitute for Sub-Rule 1 the following. Where a bill passed by the House is returned to the House by the President with a request that the House reconsiders the bill or a particular provision of it, or any such amendments as are recommended in his or her request, the Speaker shall read the request of the President, or if the House is not in session, direct that the message be published in the Gazette. B, Sub-Rule 2, substitute for Sub-Rule 2 the following. 2, the Speaker shall refer the bill to the relevant committee, which shall consider the recommendations of the President and report to the House within 2 weeks. C, Sub-Rule 3, substitute for Sub-Rule 3 the following. The Minister, in the case of a government bill or a member in case of a private member's bill, shall move a motion for reconsideration of the bill by the House. D, new sub-rule. Insert a new sub-rule immediately after sub-rule 4 as follows. Where the motion for reconsideration is not carried, the request by the President shall be taken to have been considered and rejected, and the bill as originally passed by the House shall be presented to the President for assent. Sub-Rule 6. Substitute for Sub-Rule 6 the following. When all the amendments have been disposed of, the Minister, in case of a government bill, or a member, in case of a private member's bill, may move that the bill be passed again or passed as amended, as the case may be. Sub-Rule F, Sub-Rule 7. Substitute for Sub-Rule 7 the following. 7. Where the bill is passed, it shall be presented to the President, indicating whether it was passed with or without amendment. G. Sub-Rule 8. Substitute for Sub-Rule 8 the following. 8. The clerk shall certify on a bill to be presented to the President under Sub-Rule 4 and 11 the following. This bill, which was passed by the House and returned by Your Excellency the President for reconsideration, has been considered and passed again with or without amendment by the House on this given day of this year, dated in the year of our Lord. That applies. Justification: to ease the process of reconsideration of returned bills by removing the requirement for tabling of the returned bill by the Minister before its referral to the committee. Besides, when the bill is returned, it is within the hands of Parliament.
Okay, Honour Chair, I don't have a problem with the rest of the provisions, but I want the rationale for sending the President's letter to the Gazette. Why should it go to the Gazette and not to maybe to the New Vision or to the members' iPads? Just tell me the rationale. Honour Kakoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, Chairman, I have no problem, but 2 weeks, I'm finding it few days, because the directive of the President can say that go and consult. So when you have work in the committees in the field, and when you put it 2 weeks, I'm finding it that those days are a bit very, they are not enough. It depends on the decision. Why don't you leave it open? Since it's any bill in the rules, we have that any bill which is returned, it doesn't go beyond a certain period, instead of restricting it to 2 weeks. That's why I have a problem. Because the committee might be in the field, and the directive might say that consult the stakeholders. You have to arrange them, they come to the committee, they give in their input. So 2 weeks, I'm finding that's where I have a problem. Thank you.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, what the committee had done with Rule 144 was one, simply to break it down for purposes of clarity, and two, to eliminate the requirement that the returned bill be laid on table by the Minister before it is sent to a relevant committee. However, Rule 42, as it stands now, was not amended in any substantive form, as can be seen by the fact that 142.1 currently requires that the message be published in the Gazette. And also Rule 142.2, Honorable Kakoza, as it stands now, states that the bill as passed by the House and returned by the President for reconsideration shall be laid on table by any minister in case of a public bill, or in any case by a member within 2 weeks of its return. That is what the current rules state. So I just want us to be sure that if we want to amend that now, we can do that, but this is already as it is in our rules. What we were only trying to do was to eliminate the requirement that it should be tabled by a minister, and also to rearrange the rule for clarity.
Honourable members, I put the question that Rule 142 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 143.
Rule 143, submission of budget framework paper and the proposed annual budget. Sub-rule 1, substitute for sub-rule 1 the following. 1. The President shall, not later than the 31st day of December in each financial year, cause to be prepared and laid before Parliament a budget framework paper of the following financial year. Justification: for clarity and to synchronize Sub-Rule 1 with Section 9(5) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. The budget framework paper is laid by 31st December of the financial year preceding the financial year to which it relates.
Members, I put the question that clause Rule 143 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 145.
Rule 145, policy statements. Sub-rule 2, insert a new paragraph immediately after paragraph K to read as follows. L, list of requests for access to information made by the public during the previous year, indicating whether or not access was granted and the reasons for denial in respect of Section 43 of the Access to Information Act. Justification: to conform to Section 43 of the Access to Information Act.
Members, I put the question that Rule 145 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 148.
Rule 148, consideration of the reports on policy statements and the proposed annual budget. Sub-rule 1, substitute for Rule 137 appearing in the second line with Rule 147. Justification: for accurate cross-referencing. This is really just a correction. It was an error. It should read Rule 147, not 137. If you look at the current rules and you cross-reference as the rule says, you will go to a rule that has no bearing to what it is referring to. So we were only correcting so that you are referred to the correct rule.
Honourable members, I put the question that Rule 148 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. New rule.
New rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 151 as follows. Consideration of supplementary estimates. 1. The minister responsible for finance shall, in accordance to Article 1562 of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act, present before Parliament supplementary estimates on behalf of the President. 2. The supplementary estimates presented in Sub-Rule 1 shall clearly spell out the sources of funding for the supplementary expenditure requests. I beg your pardon. 2. The supplementary estimates presented in Sub-Rule 1 shall clearly spell out the sources of funding for the supplementary expenditure requests for each vote. 3. The Speaker shall commit the proposed supplementary estimates to the Budget Committee and to each sectoral committee the part of the supplementary that falls within the jurisdiction of the respective sectoral committees. 4. The sectoral committee shall report back to the Budget Committee within 14 days. 5. The Budget Committee shall then present the report on the supplementary budget request to the House. Justification: to make it mandatory to disclose the sources of funding for the supplementary estimates, In the event the source of funding is external financing, or, for instance, in the event the source of funding is external financing, for instance, the House shall proceed to consider the loan request prior to supplying the supplementary budget request.
Members, with the question of the new rule be introduced as proposed, those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Thank you. I have it. New rule, another
new rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 152 as follows. Consideration of loans and guarantees. 1. The minister responsible for finance shall, in accordance to Article 159 of the Constitution and Sections 36 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, present to Parliament the proposed loan guarantee request for approval. 2. The Speaker shall commit the proposed loan or guarantee request to the Committee on National Economy and to the relevant sectoral committee, the subject matter to which the subject matter of the request falls. 3. The sectoral committee shall report to the Committee on National Economy within 14 days. 4. The Committee on National Economy shall then present the report on the loan or guarantee request to the House. 5. With exception of loans raised through issuance of securities, any loan request submitted before Parliament for approval shall be accompanied by the following documents. A. Draft financing agreement. B. List of financing options considered when identifying the creditor. C. Loan disbursement and repayment schedule. And D. A letter from National Planning Authority clearing the project or expenditure. 6. Where a loan is raised through issuance of securities, the documents under subsection 3B to D shall apply. 7. Where a loan is a project-specific loan, the following documents shall, in addition to the documents required under subsection 3, accompany the loan request. A. Socioeconomic impact assessment report. B. Performance report for all the projects being implemented by the sector. C. Evidence of consistency with NDP and sector strategy. D. Evidence of availability of counterpart funds in the budget. E. Project appraisal documents. F. Procurement plan. G. Project implementation plan. H. Project management structure. I. Resettlement action plan where applicable. J. Environmental impact assessment report where applicable. And K. Any other necessary documents. Justification. To clearly provide that loans for domestic borrowing don't need to submit to terms and conditions as per section 36(5) of the Public Finance Management Act with regard to terms and conditions of loans being laid before Parliament. To ensure options and disbursement schedule for domestic borrowing is provided and only terms are excluded, and to ensure that any project meets these requirements.
Members, question that the new rule be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye. The contrary. Yes. Honorable Chair of Trade. And Honorable Chair of National Economy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I was just wondering at what stage the environmental assessment impact is done. Is it at the inception of a project? Because otherwise, if the impact assessment comes much later, it might be either delay the project or delay the passing of the loan. I don't think they take a short time to do such a work. So for it to be among the things that are required in Parliament, I think will be a hard thing to do. I don't know, maybe the chairman should tell us the profile.
Honorable Chair, National Economy.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the documents which are being which are covered under the new rule are more or less the guidelines which the Committee on National Economy has already adopted for scrutinizing loans. Except there is one document, and this is on performance of past loans. Because whenever we are scrutinizing loans, we look at the performance of past loans. We don't want to build up a stock of non-performing loans. And this stock is usually at a cost because commitment fee has got to be paid. So I would like to include among the documents a report on the performance of past loans in the sector. Right Honourable.
And members, I think I want to support the Chair of the National Economy. In the last several weeks, we have had to demand that from the ministries. Honourable Chair of the committee.
Madam Speaker, that would be taken care of under K, any other necessary documents. But I think for purposes of clarity, I would propose that we now have K, performance of past loans, and L would be any other necessary documents. So we put under K, performance of past loans. L, any other necessary documents. Now, these requirements, Honorable Sebunya was asking whether requiring that a loan proposal meets them wouldn't delay a loan. But we have had cases of loans that the government gets and the government actually begins paying interest on those loans, and yet the work for which the loan was got has not even begun and cannot begin because they have not done all this in advance of getting the loan. So by doing it this way, we would actually be preventing unnecessary payment of interest on loans that we get before we have carried out all this assessment. Information.
Madam Speaker, the information that I wanted to give to the chair relates to the concern of of my honorable colleague with respect to performance. And I think if you look at the new rule, sub-rule 7B, I think it is on page 16 of 31. They actually says performance, the document that should accompany the loan request under B is performance report for all the projects being implemented by the sector. So I don't know whether that concern is not already captured under that provision. Thank you.
Honourable members, supposing you are in the Ministry of Water, they bring the projects under water, they bring the projects under environment, they bring the projects under meteorology. Is that what you are suggesting? Honourable Said.
Right, Honourable Speaker, My concern is on loans, performance of loans. What that one covers is general performance of the projects, regardless of whether they are loan funded or not.
No, members, I think it has been the concern of this House that we have been borrowing money, and many times we don't get information about the loans in that sector, how they are performed. So this is important for accountability. Honourable members, with the adjustment, I put the question that a new rule be introduced. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 154.
Rule 154, standing committees and sectoral committees. The sub-rules under Rule 154 should be renumbered chronologically to correct the numbering error. Sub-rule 1, substitute the word 2 with the word 1. Justification: to cater for the ramifications of the increasing number of members of parliament, such as space constraints. With the expected 547 members belonging to one committee, we'll have each committee with about 19 members, which is a manageable size for efficiency and effectiveness. Conflicting schedule of sectoral and standing committees leave members with divided attention.
Members, I hope you have... yes, Honourable Sepu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think in order for Parliament really to be abreast with the business of government, it's better that members remain belonging to both committees so that they have the experience, the exposure, and they can be able to relate business from sessional committees and the standing committees. To Madam Speaker, it's for the good of the institution, but also this can be improved. It's just about how members commit themselves to conduct business of the House. And so I thought we should provide within the rules that we expand the time for sitting, and then there is a strict adherence to attendance to the committee business. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Kefa.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have objections to what the committee is proposing, is recommending. First of all, I think they are recommending that we reduce the number of people participating in a committee to 19.
They want every member to have one committee. That's the import of that proposal.
But the principle, Madam, is that we will have 19 members on each committee based on what they have in their report. But anyway, that's not the main issue that I want to talk about. The first thing I like, first of all, to allay, the fears I like to allay to begin with, is that the next parliament is expected to have 529 members. We are assuming that out of the 529, about 80 will go on the front bench, will be ministers. Right now there are 81, which leaves us with 449 members. If you divide the 449 members into the 13 standing committees that we have at the moment, then you have a number of 34 for each committee. At the moment, each committee is allowing 35 members. But sometimes for some committees, it's difficult raising that they require the quorum actually. Then if you go on the sector committee, which are 16 at the moment, with 449 members, if you divide it in 16, divide that number into 16 committees, then you have a number of 28. At the moment, we have the number of members allowed of 30. So, Madam Speaker, I think the fears are not really founded. Then the other issue is that the two committees, the standing committees and sector committees, somehow have a fairly different mandate. And you find that if, for instance, colleagues on the rules and discipline, colleagues on the appointments committee, colleagues on equal opportunities committee, they will be denied the opportunity of participating in the activities that we in the sector committees are participating in now. The issues, for instance, to do with the budget, the oversight responsibility, all that will be missed. Then the other fear that committees, there is a clash when, for instance, standing committees are sitting and then the sector committees are sitting. Actually, sometimes we find that members don't attend simply because they are doing other things, not because they are in the other committee. And actually, in some cases, we struggle even to get numbers. So, Madam Speaker, in my view, the system is working very well. The principle of ensuring that members participate in as many committees as they can is already, the spirit is already there, because members are already encouraged to participate in other committees, even where they are not members. So I don't see the need of amending this for a member to attend just one committee, which will mean that if you divide the number of members, will make it that each committee has 19 members. So, Madam Speaker, I appeal to the chair to
Honorable Saida, then
withdraw
Honorable Sabunya, then Honorable Kakoza. Saida, Sabunya. Okay,
thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the proposal for a member to belong to either a standing committee or a sessional committee, I strongly oppose it. And my reasons for that is that it does not give sufficient opportunity for the members to participate. And since the coming parliament is going to be enlarged in numbers, some members may not be able to get opportunities as frequently as they wish to speak in plenary. The committee gives them opportunity to put their ideas, the various committees to put their ideas. And secondly, the standing committees require diverse knowledge. So without members participating in the sessional committees, they will not be able to acquire that diverse knowledge which they bring on table in the standing committees. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, I propose that we maintain the status quo. What is important is scheduling and time management of the meetings. We can have these as we've been having them, as long as members are committed to arrive on time and to stay and contribute. We can have the status quo.
Okay. Kasule Jova, Asamo, then Kakoza, Ungeto.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think what is keeping us back in Africa is not to agree to our mistakes or inefficiencies. There is no way somebody can effectively be on two committees. Apart from the one committee of appointments, which doesn't sit so regularly, and maybe another one they mentioned, but it is very, very hard to committedly be on two committees. And it has a financial implication for 530 people to be moving from one committee to the other and all the attendant expenses that are required. So I would propose, honourable members, being impartial, be on one committee. Committees are revolved every 1 year. Even for sessional committees, for accountability committees, they resolve every after 2.5 years. If you want to acquire experience, please, at the end of the 2.5 years, go to another committee. Or you can reduce it to 1 year, or any other schedules that can be drawn. So I would urge you that if somebody wants to learn, especially for a new member of parliament, to be able to learn how things work, get committed to 1 year in a committee, learn the processes, learn oversight, and therefore can shift to another one. Otherwise, it will give you lots of challenges with big numbers and with people taking excuses that they are on the other committee and not on the other committee. For the speaker and the clerk to know who attends and who doesn't attend, it is very clear somebody must be on one committee. I thank you.
Honorable Kamateka, then Honorable Samu. Kibaria, then Kakoza Ngeto, Gonzaga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kasure is entitled to his opinion, but some of us have participated effectively on both committees. And these committees offer different experiences. The sessional committees require technical experiences, technical knowledge, and so if you have that technical knowledge, you are able to participate. If you do not have it, you are able to pick that experience. It's not purely for members of parliament to learn, but to participate. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, that people do not turn up for these meetings is a matter of choice. Look at the parliament right now, the seats are empty. If members of parliament wanted to attend, they would come and attend. We can, as maybe the commission can look at the scheduling of these meetings and ensure that in as far as possible, the timing does not coincide. But to a large extent, if members have the commitment to attend, they'll be able to attend. Secondly, it is very important that the members belong to both the sessional and standing committees because of the different experiences and expertise that they offer. So I beg to differ from the submission of the committee and to propose that we remain with the status quo as other members have suggested. I beg to submit.
Honorable Asamo Kibaria, then Kakoza, Ngeto, Gonzaga, Arum.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am wondering what the committee is trying to cure. These committees are very distinct. You realize that the standing committees are handling issues of accountability reports and other things, and then present back to Parliament, and then help other committees to understand what is happening in the institutions in terms of reporting. The other committees, which are sessional, are dealing with specific ministries. And it is good for a member to belong to two. At what point will I be talking to the Minister of Energy? And I'm sitting on a committee of natural something. At the end of the day, it has a lot of challenges, Madam Speaker. I do not support the idea of belonging to one committee. I am currently a chairperson of a committee. I have 35 members. But Madam Speaker, at no point have I received attendance of 35 members. So I would think that we are not acquiring anything. I would only beg that we have an harmonized position where the committee, sometimes our reports feed into the sectoral committees, that we can be able to argue. So Madam Speaker, I don't support anything that the committee is bringing about being in one committee. In Parliament, we need to learn both. And maybe I would have talked of harmonization of the committees. One committee goes for 2.5, one goes for 1 year. Maybe we put it at the same equal levels, 2.5, 2.5, so that we don't have one chairperson who's going for a longer time, and then the other one goes for a shorter time. Because the experience we have seen, Madam Speaker, when the sectoral committees are ending the year, the chairpersons are begging the chief whips, please extend me, you know, this one is still around, they might think politically I have not done well. Maybe we look at the timing, the 2.5 to be balanced. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kibaria, I'm coming. Kibaria, then I'm coming this side.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we thank the committee for the report. But Right Honourable Speaker, one other time we engaged the committee, in whose interest was that clause brought in the report, and under which spirit? Because Right Honourable Speaker, at times we want to do these things in the interest of this country, not for selfish interests. Right Honourable Speaker, I need the committee, in your office, to really have a small discussion with the chair and other members. They will tell you the person who smuggled in that clause. Because that clause was smuggled in by somebody with a different line of argument, to be very sincere. Because that person has been in this parliament for 25 years or 30, but she never proposed that clause. She was even in leadership, but there was no proposal in that line. But after knowing that other people are there and other people are going, then that was brought in. That was the only spirit. Otherwise, it was not in good interest and good spirit. Nevertheless, Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, a member of Parliament is required, and is better, and it only makes sense and value to belong to two committees. These committees are too different. One committee is an accountability committee, the other side, which is a standing committee, and another one is a sessional committee. They handle different things, leave alone the experience, but what we do is not a matter of belonging to a committee, but what value do you add to the committee? So everybody has a different area that he can add value, or she can add value to these committees, and he subsequently add value to this country. So we can't say that the number is big. Right Honourable Speaker, the number is not big. To begin with, we have people who are going to be ministers. These ministers will be there, and even when they are being invited to come and present in their own committees, they don't come to present. So we have around 80 people who will be ministers. So out of the 520 something or 530, we shall remain with around 400 something. These ones can be divided into the two committees if we have to change, because Right Honourable Speaker, I submitted my proposal to the clerk and the chair received the copy, that if the worst comes to the worst, we would rather amend and say, one, there is a rule we have in our rules of procedure where we have a maximum of 35. For the interest of catering for everybody, we could amend that rule and say maximum 40 or maximum 45. After all, even some committees, even if we have maximum, some committees where we even have maximum or minimum, they don't attend. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, we even requested the committee in my proposal to look at some of these areas, like we have committees, the Physical Infrastructure Committee, Right Honourable Speaker. It's a committee that handles 3 ministries. It handles the transport and communication. It handles the lands, which is full of scandals everywhere. I think that is why it has scandals, because it requires a committee to oversee those ones that are grabbing land. Then it handles urban planning. So we could equally divide that and see one committee for transport and communication, then another committee for the other side. Right Honourable Speaker, another example, I also saw Honourable Kupa, he will say something about that, on the issue of COSASE. Right Honourable Speaker, COSASE is supposed to oversee 21 agencies, but in the 5 years you will get the report. I think it has only overseen 2 or 3. It has overseen 2 in 5 years, Right Honourable Speaker. That is where we are seeing inefficiencies here and there. Maybe
COSASE oversees 73 institutions, not 21, 73.
Thank you for that information. Right Honourable Speaker, look at a committee to oversee 73 institutions. There is no way we shall have efficiency in that. Maybe possibly, Right Honourable Speaker, we could divide the COSASE and we see 2 or 3 committees that we can have 20 or 20-something agencies to be overseen. But in 5 years, you will get a report. They have only they have audited 3 out of 73. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, we have another committee of local government. Local government looks at districts, it looks at sub-counties, it looks at cities, it looks at town councils, it looks at municipalities. Now, these cities that require concentration, you will see that local government is not clearly overseeing them very well and making good rules and areas that are. So right Honourable Speaker, last I just need to request members and colleagues that really is better and it only adds value to this country, to the MPs, to this parliament and everybody when members belong to two committees which are different. Only that we request the office, either the commission or the office of the speaker or the clerk, to strengthen some of these rules that at least attendance should be key, attendance should be paramount, and some people must observe the issue of attending committee sessions. I thank you, Right Honour.
Honourable Kakos, but I think the majority don't agree with the proposal.
Yeah, I think I want to supplement what my brother said. Some of us have been here longer, for 20 years, but the experience we gained in two committees are quite total. Because, listen, our work, it's scrutinized, every document comes from the executive. But you find, trickery, these technocrats, the moment they bring documents in a finance committee, like tax measures, they tell you that this tax measure is going to, we are going to generate revenue of such amount. But when they come to the budget committee, which is a standing committee, they tell you another different thing. When you belong to two committees, the advantage is there is variety of knowledge and exposure you get. Even the information you get from another committee to belong to another committee, you forward it in that committee and prevent that it helps the committee to understand it. 3, for me, I don't see any harm. Because any member can attend so long as you are there in the house. To belong to one, you are restricting that person. That wherever you have an interest in a matter of finance, you can't go to budget. Why? Why? We belong to different professions. How do you prevent an accountant not to go to COSASE? Because he's in the finance committee. And he wants to add his profession in auditing in COSASE to help a committee. So why do you limit the profession you have and skills in those committees? It's better any member of parliament to belong to two committees. Because you go to different sectors, we come from different professions, but you add value there. And as Barrett Warren said, variety is beauty. You have a choice and you go there.
Okay, honourable members, I think we are really spending a lot of time on the same issue. Other than Honourable Sobunya, other members have said...
Madam Speaker,
yes.
I was requesting that for the sake of time, these are our rules and they're really primarily first for our convenience. So I have listened to members and I am certain now that even if this proposal passed, it would really not sit well with members. So with your permission, I will withdraw this proposal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable. No, please, we have a lot of work, please. No. No, we are finished with that subject.
Rather Speaker,
the matter has been withdrawn. Honorable the matter has been withdrawn, please. Maybe what I can say, Honorable Chair, concerning the output of the committees, there's an area, I don't know they have addressed it on agency reports. We still don't do well on the annual reports.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, as a consequence of the failure or the withdrawal of the proposed amendment to Rule 154, the proposed amendment to Rule 155 fails. This would have only stood if we had amended 154. So I request that we delete that now.
Or we leave the original 155. We don't interfere with it.
Yes, we leave the original 155. Thank you.
Okay, now members, there is no amendment to 155. New rule, new rule, new rule.
New rule, insert a new rule immediately after Rule 159 as follows.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I had an amendment that I had proposed, had given to the clerk, but we had also appeared in the committee, so I thought it's 155. I don't know whether this would be the right time before we go to 159, with your permission.
You had an amendment?
Yes. It's even straight.
Okay, you can speak to it.
The chairman, chairperson, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm moving a proposal for an amendment on Rule 155. I am proposing that we amend Rule 155, 1, in paragraph 1 of the sub-rule 1 by deleting the words and state enterprises, so that the paragraph reads, the committee of COSASE, or the public accounts that covers commissions, statutory authorities, and enterprises, now just reads commissions and statutory authorities. 2, inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph 1 in sub-rule 1 to read Public Accounts Committee, State Enterprises, or any other name that the members may fit, because like in the Parliament of Kenya, it's called Investment Committee. 3, insert a new paragraph immediately after paragraph J to read Public Accounts Committee, Local Urban Authorities, to cover the municipalities and town councils. Cities, municipalities, and town councils.
Procedure, Honorable Jova.
Right Honorable Speaker, the member seems to be introducing a new committee into the rules, that several committees. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure required that these proposals be written out and given to the clerk, and it would have given us an opportunity to study them. But now for us to begin to want to introduce new committees, and especially when we are considering the expenditure, the proposal of the committee earlier was that members belong to one committee because they wanted to cut on expenditure, among other proposals. All right, Honorable Speaker. I rose on a point of procedure. I'm seeking your guidance as to whether the member is right really in introducing new committees at this time. Because I think they needed, he did not follow that procedure and they needed to be studied, thoroughly studied. I beg to submit.
On the members, we had earlier said members who had amendments should present them early enough. What I don't know is whether they were presented to the committee and whether the committee had time to discuss them. Honorable Chair, did you receive these proposals? And what was your position?
Madam Speaker, while the committee was actually in the retreat at which we worked on this report, this proposal was first mooted to the committee by the honorable member, and it is in the report. It is mentioned that the committee studied that report, and the overwhelming opinion of the committee was that committees are not adequately utilizing Rule 199 of our Rules of Procedure, which empower committees to create subcommittees in case they have a lot of work to handle. So the committee had considered this proposal, but members were concerned that before we create more committees, have we really exhausted the powers granted to committees under 199 to create subcommittees from within committees so as to speed up their work? So that was the major argument that led to this proposal not to be adopted by the committee.
Madam Speaker, allow me, I wish Honorable Kamateka had listened, waited and listened to me. Right Honorable Speaker, when you gave directive after the report was presented here, you asked the members to make the proposals and submit to the clerk. I did it duly and they were uploaded. But I know the problem with my honorable colleague, she doesn't put attention to what is uploaded. That's why possibly she missed to see. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true, we did appear before the committee. And Madam Speaker, it's not the first time. 2.5 years ago, we did again propose this to the committee. And the committee then, 2.5 years ago, said, give us time, we cannot take it now, let us study it. So this time, I thought after 2.5 years, they had studied. But Madam Speaker, it's not a do or die for me, but I can make a case and members can reject it or adopt it. I have no direct benefit to it. If members feel they can't, but at least give me the chance to present the case, and if there's merit in it, take it. If it's not there, leave it. Right Honorable Speaker. With that, Madam Speaker, there's a background to this, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me just give the background. Madam Speaker, last financial year, the Auditor General audited 9,228 entities, but the accountability committees did not even handle 1,000 of them. Madam Speaker, let us look at the local government accounts. It covers 145 districts, 10 cities, 31 municipal councils, 3,580 town councils, 2,184 sub-counties, 20 divisions. How can, then there are secondary schools, Madam Speaker, I'm reminded, how can a committee be able to cover this? Even dividing this committee into two may not solve, but will go a long way in trying to reduce the committee. Look at the commissions. We have 23 authorities. The commissions are 14. The enterprises are 36. This gives 73 committees. Right Honorable colleague, we have 16 sessional committees of Parliament and 13 standing committees. My reasoning was that can we have them at par, 16 sessional committees and 16 standing committees, if we went ahead to divide this. If you looked at the public accounts central government, there it covers 39 missions, embassies and high commissions, and 64 entities. That gives you a total of 113. How can that committee be able? Having served in the committee of COSASE, look at the case when we handled the case of Bank of Uganda. How many days, how many months did we take? When we handled Uganda Revenue Authority. This morning, we were looking at the issue of lands. Uganda Land Commission for the last 5 years has had qualified accounts, and it has never been looked. No wonder there are problems in the Uganda Land Commission. It has never been audited. Auditor General has raised issues because there is too much work. They have handled the issue of the custodian board. How long has it taken? Very long time. So this is the background, Madam Speaker, that I said, let us reduce on the backlog. If every year the Auditor General is auditing 9,000 plus entities, Parliament only produces less than 1,000 of those. By the time we reach to handle those, even the accounting officers that were handling these entities would have even left offices or they would have even died. So it would be just wasting time. So, Madam Speaker, that's the background. If members buy that idea, I can proceed. If they don't, I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Cooper has a persuasive point, but it seems like he submitted his proposal a bit late when the committee was already in retreat. But it sounds to me that this is a matter where probably the committee needs to hear from other members, needs to get submissions from other members. And I don't think
just information. I think, Doctor, you didn't listen to me. I've just told the House that 2.5 years ago, I did make a case to the committee. That was the first time, 2.5 years ago. So
okay, this is my submission on this. That probably we've moved on, and you are talking earlier about the growing number of members. But I think that's something which needs again to be resubmitted to the Rules and Privilege Committee. But I don't see it possible that a decision can just instantly be made at this stage when the people who considered it are saying actually that was not feasible. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
Now, honourable members, I have been talking about our failure to handle the annual reports of the agencies. I think we may need to review the number and the structure of the committees as a whole. So if you don't mind, can we take this together and look at the other areas which are also deficient and handle it at once? We agree in principle that we may need to readjust even the number of committees. Then we look at it and say which one goes where, because the areas have been talked about which are not satisfactory.
Madam Speaker, I can agree to, no, Madam Speaker, we can agree that you need a substantial surgery because you have already admitted that there are inefficiencies. But also, Madam Speaker, the office you are dealing with is the office of the Auditor General. It is one office. I sit in Kosase, and every time we sit in a meeting, you have 2 to 3 officers sitting with you. The more committees you split, that means the Auditor General must have maybe 30 members of his staff attached to Parliament. Madam Speaker, this is work already done. It has been chewed by the Auditor General. It is the method of work with these accountability committees that delays them. This is work 90% done. And most of the members have been found culpable. What you have to agree, bring those issues to the floor of Parliament here, they are debated and done away with. But how can a committee take out of 9,000, you only debate 20 in a whole year? However many committees you create, when you don't change the method of work, Madam Speaker, you'll be doing nothing. Otherwise, I agree with you. You need a lot of time, not now, to interrogate this matter of numbers and committees, not just these 2 hours we have. Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the information I want to pass on to my honourable colleague and the House is that actually, when you read the Constitution, we are supposed to deal with these reports within a period of 6 months from the date that the report has been submitted to Parliament. What we are actually saying is we want to create efficiency by increasing the number of people who deal with these reports, notwithstanding that the other limitation, Right Honourable Speaker, is the staff of Parliament. You realize that a committee of Parliament has one clerk who sits in every meeting with the members but must write draft reports, because by the nature of our rules, members don't generate draft reports for the committee. So I think the information I'm going to give my colleague, that what we are talking about is healthy and it improves the efficiency of Parliament. Don't look at it from another perspective. Just like my friend who said that, we don't have a lot of time, members have not submitted on this floor. That's why you are here. You submit. I thank you.
Let me finish Kasozi, and then Kasozi goes and then I come this side.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to talk based on the experience I've had for the last two and a half years when I was in a local government accountability committee, and then the last 2.5 years when I'm on COSASE. Right Honorable Speaker, even if you give the committee to sit day and day, month to month, they can't finish those committees. They can't edit those reports day by day and they finish them. If we want effective service as members of parliament, we need to divide those committees so that members can have time to scrutinize those reports. Otherwise, the way how it stands, you can't finish. And another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, which I want, and honorable members, I don't know how we can also formulate the way how we choose the chairpersons of those accountability committees. Because the issue of credibility, it also matters a lot. Because if we have, I don't know how we can make it to have credible leaders to head those committees. We should put up a situation where a person they have appointed to head a committee or to be a vice chairperson of the committee goes through a certain process so that the members can fit that that person can be able to represent the image of the parliament outside there. So to me, I support Honorable Elijah's proposal that we should split those two committees. And you put a mechanism, yes, my party can choose me, but the parliament should put a mechanism of going through that person they have chosen, whether he has a credible credentials to represent the image of this parliament. Otherwise, if you don't do that, accountability committees, they will become a business for those chairpersons of the committees. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And then Honorable Pendi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I'm lucky, for the last 10 years I've been around, I've never been a chairman of a committee, but a member. Right Honorable Speaker, I strongly support Honorable Kupa's suggestion, but still it goes back to the next business committee to carry out an evaluation on performance. You see, Honorable Speaker, I have been attending PAC throughout, and I don't miss. When it is education, I don't miss. But business, sometimes in the accountability committees, is not completed. You can't finish. But still, facts must remain. Because in front here, we might end up attacking our bosses. Definitely, someone is appointed the chairman. He's there, but he's also lazy. Members are willing to work. He's not around sometimes, despite the fact that the work, there is an overload. So the business committee, as you used to call us, Honorable Speaker, remember I used to call the whips, and we meet, we make evaluation, how we move, we look at ourselves. And then we sit and look at the performance, the weaknesses. For example, there are committees we have, but they are not working. For me, I'm a whip. I've been a whip over DP, and I'm still serving, because I've never been given a letter leaving that office. But you tell a member that I'm sending you to government assurance. A member says, I will not go to that committee. But there is work in that committee. He says the committee is not sitting. They talk about, we had one which was, is it equal opposition? We had another committee. Members are not sitting. So that's another Speaker. For me, I agree with what you have said with Honorable Cooper. Let us save this one, but the business committee should start immediately with looking at the committees and how they can be, and the chairpersons. But definitely chairpersons, the rules, you know them. It is now, you will see, national platform is going to determine its chairpersons. And that's what Onokasos, I think, was bringing. He was open. Yes, you have chosen these leaders. Who is going to sieve them, look at them? You have given us this person to chair this committee. Will he manage it? Those are questions that will remain. And it's both sides, NRM side and opposition. The problem is the same. Somebody is appointed chairperson of the committee. He doesn't appear, he's not there, the committee cannot move. But the members are there, worker is there. So I pray that no Speaker, let us do as we have said, and what Honorable Elijah is looking for. He brought this thing 2 years ago, nothing happened. The moment we come back, The business committee sits down, you look at this performance of these committees, you will find other committees ahead of others, but then you determine the creation. But we can't do it in front of the House here, because how shall we move it? And that's how we have been creating these committees right now, Speaker, I remember. That's how you brought Human Rights Committee, that's how you brought, you tell them that Human Rights Committee is an accountability committee, government says it's not. But people who are beaten, it's police and government beating civilians. Who will account for that? That's supposed to be government. Those are the questions we must ask ourselves. And it's not about gaining from the opposition and the NRM side, but building Uganda and running the country for accountability purposes. Last, Honourable Speaker, I want to correct Honourable Sebunya. The Auditor General cannot fail to produce people here because he's a staff of Parliament. That's what the Constitution says and the rules. So, yeah, they will come and we work, but as long as we see, Madam Speaker, we sit, you know my prayers are towards you, you sit there again, you will head the business committee, and I'm not shy about talking that, you create out of experience. And then we also look at our staff. We look at our staff. These are our friends. We recruit more, because we cannot tell lies here that you have not had some problems about some staffs. No. But we can harmonize and then improve, and work will move smoothly. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Una Opendi, Attorney General, my judge Norina. The notice at the back there, Asamo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to call upon colleagues that let us look at these things objectively. Sometimes we try to look at certain issues with party lenses in them. One of the core functions of Parliament is the oversight function, Madam Speaker. And the Public Accounts Committee, if we are really committed to fighting corruption in this country, would do a great deal in helping us in the executive in dealing with some of these challenges that we may not see even as policy makers. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we are all aware that we have created more town councils in this country. We have created more sub-counties in this country. We've created cities and we created more districts. Madam Speaker, it could have been easier then because the districts were fewer. But just look at a situation where you have a Public Accounts Committee dealing with all these audit reports coming from the Auditor General. The Auditor General has also increased its staff. I worked with the Inspectorate of Government. They also restructured and have specific directorates now created to deal with projects, for example, Madam Speaker. I therefore want to request, Madam Speaker, that this matter should not be dropped. Maybe we save it and study it more, but it is actually important that we create, for the committees to be effective, we have to really divide. You can't have one committee dealing with all these audit reports and you expect to really do justice to these reports. It's frustrating. I have had an interface with the Auditor General staff. Most of them are frustrated that their reports are not being given. Okay, they take it that we are not doing our work. They have done their work, but we are not doing our work. And in order for us to do our work, Madam Speaker, I want to support the proposal that we have to split this Public Accounts Committee, but based on, maybe we'll look at them, some could be projects, some could be investments, some could be, I don't know, but it's something that we have to critically look at, support, so that we make these committees effective. We have even increased the number of members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, why do we want to have redundant members of Parliament? Some of one of the reasons maybe they are not attending these committees because there are many. They know that Honorable Sovungu is there, he will cover up and handle the issues. And that's why they are not there. But when you reduce the number of these members in the committees and task these people with work, I believe we shall get even better performance from the members. But it's also frustrating, Madam Speaker, as a minister, you come before a committee and there are just 2 members of Parliament out of 30 committee members. It is really terrible. Are we here just to become members of parliament and earn a salary and don't do our work. Madam Speaker, that is an area that has to be looked at in the 11th parliament. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, I want to assure that no one is going to drop this idea. I've already informed you about 2 areas. For instance, the IGG's reports. We have not had time to handle them. The annual reports of the agencies, we have not had time to handle them. That's why I'm saying we need to pick up this idea, look at all those others which are also not working well, and make some changes. Yes, Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, your last statement has forced me to amend what I intended to say. But be that as it may, I wish to respond to Honourable Kasozi's proposal of us scrutinizing members who are chosen to lead committees for integrity purposes. There is a reason as to why accountability committees are given to the opposition. There is a reason as to why these parties or these positions are allowed to use their own internal mechanisms in arriving at a person who will lead this particular committee. If you open it up for Parliament to start vetting proposed members of accountability committees, then the government in power will be opposed to those that you will have proposed, especially if they are considered to be thorough and they are going to scrutinize government work. In essence, accountability, oversight will lose its meaning. I'm in government and I work well if I know that whatever we are doing, we are able to account for it, and there is oversight over it. So my proposal is we let the parties, opposition or otherwise, use their own internal mechanisms in arriving at a committee chairperson and let that chairperson do his work. If the party is not satisfied with the performance of that person, they can withdraw him. I beg to submit.
Information?
Thank you, Attorney General. Right Honourable Speaker, I may bring this to a information, Attorney General. In the 6th, 7th, 8th Parliament, the members would be asked to indicate which committee they would want to belong to. Then, in the plenary, the Speaker will read the names and then ask the members of each committee to go and meet and elect the chair and the vice chair. Because those who have expressed their interest, the members of that committee know these experiences, the capabilities, and then they would elect. If a member failed for whatever reason, members would even vote him or her out. In this parliament, it is only, I think, the fiscal structure, where I belonged, where we succeeded to kick out the chairperson of the committee. But the way we do things now, where we are leaving the parties, you saw what happened to us in Kosase. In Kosase, what my party did to us. So if you don't agree with the party president or the secretary of the party, they'll just throw you out and they bring. That's what the same applied to your side. The same applied to. You saw how Honorable Gunyu also was removed. How Honorable Galiwango was removed. So I think Parliament should be independent because these are your members. They are your members from the party. Why should you want to discriminate? Let the members of that committee sit and elect. We may have to look at amending the rules. So that way we would be able to move. Because they are all your members, why would you want to discriminate against them? So, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Bahati. Oh, sorry, I forgot Noeline. Noeline?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the proposal to split some of these accountability committees. Madam Speaker, for the last 4.5 years, I've been on PAC, Public Accounts Committee, local government. The workload is just too much and it makes the committee inefficient. Madam Speaker, we are handling 136 districts. We are handling over 1,000 sub-counties, over 1,000 secondary schools, so many town councils, I can't even have the number. Madam Speaker, we have been working up, and I've been an active member. We've been working up to 11 in the night, trying to make sure we are efficient and we are able to produce a report here. But Madam Speaker, the work is too much. And if we want these committees to be effective, we just have to split. I was proposing maybe for Park local government, we look at the district level, the district local governments, and then these other lower local governments, we put them to a different committee or something different, but we need to split. Otherwise, it is impossible to complete the work that is before one committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I think the case for making changes has been made, but I think we need to sit down and say, okay, the town councils go here, the IGG report goes there, the reports, annual reports of the agencies go there. You know, yes, Honourable Sab, I think that's what we need to do.
Madam Speaker, just on that, I had made a case study on all this, on all those proposals. If I had been given, I would have done that, but I leave it to the House. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Whereas I would agree with what my brother, Honourable Okupa, said about splitting. I don't want to think that we should put it right now in the rules, because then the business committee, I will agree with Seonku that we go and dissect and see, because it's not only about dividing the committees. There are issues of leadership, there are issues of how we work. Some of us come to a committee on leadership and even you don't know what you are supposed to do. Somebody starts again auditing afresh. Somebody has given you a report. Instead of looking at where the report has come from an entity, you also want to begin the same work. And you see this from the questions we ask the people. And some of them think, what is wrong? So, Madam Speaker, I think we should take this idea of Honourable Okupa to a workshop, and then we discuss and see what is the workload of all these committees. Because it might not be only those ones. Even the sessional committees are big, and we see how we can dissect the whole thing. It should be food for the next planning, and then we come and then name. After all, these same rules will be adopted by the next parliament. We can then come up and say, now we need so many committees, and this is how we are going to work. Because even being a chairperson, being a deputy, Madam Speaker, sometimes is a problem. A chairperson thinks when I get into a committee, I have to fly everywhere, I have to reach everywhere, which might not be the issue. So I think, Madam Speaker, for me, it is a big problem, not only about dividing the committees. Thank you.
Honourable Bahati.
Madam Speaker, any effort that will improve the efficiency of the performance of Parliament should be supported. And one of the areas that we have seen is the operations of committees, both at the leadership level, but also the structure given the sectors that we have. Actually now, as you know, under the National Development Plan, we are even moving towards the program-based approach. So there is need for us to review the whole structure, whether not even accountability committees, but even the sessional committees. Because if you look at a committee like natural resources, so huge. If you look at the infrastructure committee. So, Madam Speaker, I would propose that this proposal of Honourable Elijah is a very good proposal, but it's a proposal that requires study, so that when we take a decision, we take a decision not only on accountability committees, but also on sessional committees, with the view of improving the efficiency of the workings of Parliament. But I wanted to make a comment on what Honourable Elijah talked about the leadership vis-a-vis the role of the party. Madam Speaker, when we went to the referendum in 2005 to ask the people of Uganda which route we should take, they decided that we should go multi-party politics. And a party must have a role in the operations of these committees because we are implementing the manifesto of the party. If there are some things that we don't agree with within the party, then we can handle them at the party level. But I think the party should have a role in the leadership of these committees because it's important that we continue linking up with the party. After all, that's what it means to be in a multi-party politics. You can't have it two ways. We're either in a multi-party or we are not. And the people of Uganda in 2005 said, let us operate under a multi-party system of governance. And the multi-party system of governance means exactly that. So, Madam Speaker, I think that the leadership of the committees should continue to be, the parties should continue to have a say in who leads the committee, like we have a say in whoever is good. Information?
Honorable Hati, thank you very much for giving way, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, we are not against what you are saying, but we are looking at credibility. Honorable Speaker, this parliament serves ministers, isn't it? Appointed by the president. But he's still a minister who went out and was soliciting money got from Serena. So when you are determining, another one was removed because he had taken masks from UBC and was in the caucus, you know that. But what we are saying is, even if you are using multi-party dispensation, but as you select those people to chair the committees, credibility must be put into consideration. And this one is giving problems to the business committee. I'm a member of that committee. Sometimes I go there and meet. So we need to see that, yes, you are, don't look at favors. You are appointing this one because he did this and that. And Madam Speaker, what we are saying, even within the office, these political parties must be informed as they determine. They to look at the credibility of these people. Otherwise, you are giving us your taka-taka to cause problems in the House because they have favors from side A and side B.
Thank you very much for the information. If there is anything to correct, it can be corrected within the party.
Can I give you further information?
Yeah,
I will give you information. In Zambia, which is, you know, is been in the multi-party for a very long time, it's the clerk to the parliament that constitutes the committees. And then the committees go and sit and elect the chairperson. In Tanzania, it's the speaker of parliament that constitutes the committees. So don't hide under multipartyism. That is multiparty dispensation. I can name them. Go to Ghana. What happens? So don't just limit it to that.
Yeah, but also go to UK, go to America. So there are other examples to look at. So don't only look at those ones. So, Madam Speaker, on the proposal of Elijah, it's a good proposal, but I pray that we study it so that we look at the composition of committees in totality, not only on accountability committees.
Honourable members, we have had a long debate on this issue. It is clear that there are areas which need to be reformed. So the clerk is one directed to conduct an urgent study about the structure, composition and functions of the committees with a view to, in June 2020, bring a report for discussion so that the business committee can take a decision on the proposals. June 2021.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Okay. We had, had now moved to, did you finish with the new rule? And after the new rule?
New rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 159 as follows. Numerical composition of committees. A committee shall not proceed with the transaction of any business if it is either undersubscribed or oversubscribed. Justification. To mitigate the challenge of oversubscription and undersubscription of committee membership.
Now, for instance, we have a committee like East Africa, which has never reached 20 members, but they've been transacting business. Should we say, we put a break on you?
Madam Speaker, I believe the chair and the committee thought about those issues and believed that the best way to treat it is to put it in the rules. But in my thinking, first of all, when you talk about under subscription, and you find that all members are already allocated to committees, are you going to drag members from other committees to come and balance up this one which is undersubscribed? Or to go back and ask that from constituencies, let's get more people so that they come and fill up the committee which is undersubscribed? I think it can't work. In my opinion, the very way we have been handling these things, we can continue handling them even now.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of undersubscribing or oversubscribing will continue to exist as long as the parties have powers over these committees. Because when we had just come, the committees were a bit there balanced. When we stayed here and the parties began identifying who is to be rewarded, who is good and who is bad, they began taking these ones the other side and these ones the other side. By force, because we applied for different committees and we were taken to different committees. Madam Speaker, the committees where I were, after Toji Kontakai was taken to East Africa, as you gave the example, I think we were 13 members. Now from there, they said that punishment was not enough. We take him to government assurance. Madam Speaker, from the time we came, even in government assurance, you will ask the chair and the vice, and they will even wonder what we do there. So even in the number, I think we are 16 or 17. But there are committees that will have 38 national economy. I think the number on national economy, I don't know how many they could be now. So long as the parties have powers over who to take, because Madam Speaker, tomorrow, the good cadre will go to the whip and say, me, I don't want the other party, take me. And the whip will take him there. Honorable Bahata is looking at him because I know he's the next whip, but we shall share when he's the whip. But this is what happened. So the issue of undersubscribing and oversubscribing, let parties continue with the business as you align, as you have agreed that you align some of these committees, but business should continue whether we are 9 members. 9 members, we shall transact business because we are doing it in the interest of this country. You wanted to give information. The chair, Chair, come and...
Are you still pursuing the amendment?
I only wanted to make 2 clarifications. One is that the reason for this proposed amendment was really the desire by the committee to force the hands of the whips to ensure that committees are constituted as early as possible. Because we have had instances where members are still being designated even 6 months after the original constitution of committees. There are committees which are oversubscribed, and chairpersons of those committees end up having problems, especially when it comes to certain issues pertaining to work that the committee may do. So the chairperson, yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable. So maybe if that was the reason for addressing it, again, pick lessons from the 7th Parliament. What the clerk would do, and we never had that issue, which was on first come, first serve. They would put the papers for his committee, so you go and sign. If by the time it has filled either 20, the paper is removed. So you will not have anything, you will have yourself to blame. That was the way they tried at that time to make sure that the numbers are balanced. But this one where you are going, apply. If so many people, you don't know who's applying or how many have applied. Then now, that's why the issue of Honorable Kibalia comes in. The whip will look at Kibalia, should this be in this committee? No, it should be thrown away. That way we would try to mitigate that, but not through the amendment you are proposing. If that can be done, or even in the whip's office that it can be done, you put a paper there, first come, first up to sign, the first 15, they take that. You come, they say, this committee is full. look for another one.
I definitely support the suggestion by the Honorable Elijah Cooper as a possible solution to this dilemma, because in truth, it leads to my second clarification, which goes to Honorable Silas Aogon. Honorable Member, I think you should be aware of Rule 83 of our Rules of Procedure and avoid imputing improper motives or lack of prior thought by the chairperson when he thinks about these rules. We do think about them, and just because they don't happen to agree with your perception doesn't mean the chairperson just dreams and puts something in there. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I would not have any problems withdrawing this proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Rule 171.
Rule 171, composition and functions of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government. A, Sub-Rule 5. Substitute for Sub-Rule 5 the following. 5. In scrutinizing the report of the Auditor General, the committee shall satisfy itself that A, the monies appropriated by Parliament and disbursed were legally available for and applicable to the service or purpose to which they have been applied or charged. B, the expenditure conforms to the authority which governs it. C, every reappropriation has been made in accordance with the provisions made in this behalf under rules framed by a competent authority. And D, the intended value of the expended monies was attained. Justification: to define the breadth of consideration of the reports of the Auditor General. B, Sub-Rule 6. Substitute for Sub-Rule 6 the following. 6. The chairperson of the committee shall table the report of the committee before the House for purposes of debate within 6 months of the referral of the report of the Auditor General to the committee. Justification: for conformity to Article 163(5) of the Constitution.
Members, I put the question that Rule 171 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 175.
Rule 175, functions of the Committee on the National Economy. Sub-Rule 2B, substitute for paragraph B the following. B, examine the terms and conditions of the loan. Justification: for compliance with Article 159(3)(a) of the Constitution.
Members, put the question that Rule 175 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 176.
Rule 176, functions of the Government Assurance and Implementation Committee. Sub-Rule 6, substitute for policy statements and budget estimates the words budget framework paper. Justification: to strategically position the consideration of pending assurances at the time the proposed sector allocations are being made during the consideration of the budget framework paper. By the time of ministerial policy statements, it is rather late to engender pending assurances, as the allocation has already been passed at the budget framework paper stage.
Members, I put the question that Rule 176 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 178.
Rule 178, functions of the Committee on Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Authorities, and State Enterprises. A, Sub-Rule 1A, delete the words "and in the context of their autonomy and efficiency," ascertain whether their operations are being managed in accordance with the required competence and, where applicable, in accordance with sound business principles and prudent commercial policies. Appearing immediately after the word "enterprises," appearing in line 3. Justification for clarity. B. Subrule 1. Delete paragraph B, C, and D. Justification. This mandate is for the relevant sectoral committees. C. Subrule 4. Delete the words repeated. Consider and examine, appearing in the second line. D. Subrule 5. Substitute for Subrule 5 the following. 5. The chairperson of the committee shall table the report of the committee before the House for purposes of debate within 6 months of the referral of the report of the Auditor General to the committee. Justification. For conformity to Article 163(5) of the Constitution. E. Subrule 6. Delete Subrule 6. Justification. To cure a repetition of Subrule 5.
Members have put the question that Rule 178 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 179.
Rule 179. Functions of the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government. Substitute for Subrule 6 the following. 6. The chairperson of the committee shall table the report of the committee before the House for purposes of debate within 6 months of the referral of the report of the Auditor General to the committee. Justification. For conformity to Article 163(5) of the Constitution.
Members, question is that Rule 179 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Rule 181. Functions of the Committee on Human Immunity. Functions of the Committee on Human Immunodeficiency Virus, /Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, HIV/AIDS. A. Under the head note, substitute for the words immunity deficiency the phrase immunodeficiency. Justification. To correct the phraseology of immunodeficiency. B. Subrule 1A. Insert the words "and the ministry responsible for health" immediately after the word "commission," appearing in line 4. Justification. To include the Ministry of Health as the responsibility center for public health care service delivery.
Honourable members have put the question that Rule 181 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 182.
Rule 182. Functions of the Committee on Human Rights. Subrule 1E. Substitute for the words "this act," appearing in line 3 of paragraph E, the words "these rules." Justification. To correct the reference.
Members put the question that Rule 182 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 183.
Rule 183. Sectoral committees. Subrule 2. Substitute for the word "subjects," appearing in line 2 of Subrule 2, the word "sectors." Justification. To clearly specify the entities over which oversight is exercised.
Members, the question is that Rule 183 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 185.
Rule 185. Functions of sectoral committees. A. Paragraph B. Delete the word those appearing in line 3 of paragraph B. B. Paragraph C. Substitute for paragraph C the following. C. To examine bills referred to the sectoral committee by the House. Justification. For clarity and to avoid restrictiveness of the provision, given that sectoral committees examine all bills, including bills brought by government and members. C. Paragraph D. Delete the words critically appearing in line 1 of paragraph D. Justification. The word critically is implied in the word examine and in committee processes. D. Paragraph E. Substitute for the words ministries and departments the words ministries, departments, and agencies. E. Paragraph F. Substitute for the word ensure the word with monitor. Justification. Monitor is more appropriate compared to ensure because ensuring has the element of making certain which committees may not be able to do.
Members put the question that Rule 185 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 186.
Rule 186 and 187. Select committees. Merge Rule 186 and 187 as follows. 186. Select committees. The House may at any time upon a motion moved after notice given, appoint a select committee to investigate a particular matter. 2. A select committee shall comprise at least 5 members who shall be designated by party whips on the basis of proportional party representation in the House, taking into consideration interests of the independent members in the House. 3. The Speaker shall, in consultation with the Government Chief Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip, appoint members and the chairperson of the Select Committee. 4. 3 members shall form a quorum if the committee consists of 5 members, and if the committee consists of more than 5 members, the quorum shall be 1/3 of all the members. 5. Where for any reason a member of a select committee is unable to act, another member may be appointed in his or her place, taking into consideration party proportionality in the House. Justification for better coherence.
Members have put the question that Rule 186 and 187 be merged as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
New rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 192. Redesignation of chairpersons. A chairperson or deputy chairperson of a committee may be redesignated at any time of their tenure by the relevant whip with the approval of the House. Justification. To provide for redesignation as distinct from removal, and which can happen at any time during tenure of the chairperson or deputy chairperson.
Members put the question that the new rule be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 196.
Rule 195 and 196.
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence to move an amendment to delete 194.
Delete 194?
And the justification for that all staff of...
First of all, did you present this to the committee? Did they examine your proposal to delete that rule?
I'm not sure whether they received it, but I put it in the post.
You put in the post?
Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of Honorable to move this amendment to delete 194 because it is a minor, not to go against your rules, right, Honorable Speaker, because we know that these amendments should be saturated. But sometimes inspiration comes at the spur of the moment, and it is very important. Right, Honorable Speaker, this Rule 194 is really redundant. But I'm here to support the member so that you can allow him to move his motion to delete without usurping his power.
Honourable members, I know he has had a brainwave, but many other members also have brainwaves, and we can't entertain everybody. Why don't we leave it and we'll look at it later? Hmm?
Yeah? The rule they are saying is not redundant at all. 194, clerk to the committee. The clerk shall be the clerk to every committee and may delegate his or her duties to a deputy clerk or any clerk assistant. Now, whenever you have a clerk in the committee, there is the presence of the clerk. That's why when the committee we say we are working on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament. She delegated to this committee, not my party. And when I'm there, I'm doing work on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament. Now, any clerk of your committee is the clerk of Parliament. That's why when you are asking for anything, you want to travel to Karungu to visit schools, you go to the clerk of Parliament through the clerk of Parliament. Delegated authority. It's not redundant at all.
Speaker, that's why it is redundant, because all the staff of Parliament do their work on behalf of the clerk to Parliament. So it is not necessary to outline it.
You see, Honourable Speaker, the honourable member is making a mistake.
What is the mischief that is intended to be cured?
There is nothing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making a cross every day when I'm going to church, well knowing that I'm a Catholic. There's nothing I'm curing. I'm believing in that fact. And that's why this rule is very key here.
Now,
because any mistake made by a clerk in the committee, still it will go to the clerk of Parliament under delegated authority. There's no mischief.
But in any event, it was not submitted. Therefore, the committee not have a look at it. So let's proceed with what was under 195. Let's proceed to 195.
Madam Speaker.
Otio?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Barbara.
I want to thank you so much. You know, in here, like when you go to a church, not everybody can preach. Here in Parliament, Parliament has built the capacity of the clerk department, and the job is being done very well. But when I hear that we should delete it, it's like saying a member of Parliament should be a clerk, or a police officer should be a clerk. That you can never sit in a meeting without a clerk. No, that's very bad. So, Madam Speaker, in fact, for me, I would actually implore my colleague there that he should actually rest and let this rule remain the very way it is, because it's the right way, and that's the best way. Because the head cannot do the job of a leg. The hand cannot do the job of a stomach. That's what should be able to know. That's what, Madam Speaker, for me, I would suggest that let my colleague there, Pomosi can relax and the rule remains.
Concede, right, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Honourable members, Rule 195. Thank you. 195 and 196.
Rules 195 and 196. Rules 195 and 196 should be merged under the head note Instructions to Committees. Instructions to Committees. A. Subject to any instructions by the House, the deliberations of every committee shall be confined to the matter referred to it by the House and, in case of a committee on a bill, to the bill committed to it and any relevant amendments. B. Subject to Sub-Rule 4, an instruction to a committee may empower a committee to consider matters not otherwise referred to it. C. No instruction shall be given to a committee to do what it is already empowered to do or to deal with a question beyond the scope of a bill or a matter referred to it. D. An instruction to a committee extending or restricting the order of reference may be moved in the House after notice on any day prior to the report of the committee. Justification: for better certainty.
Honourable members, Honourable Ogon.
I want to believe the proposal is well-intentioned, but I'd allow the chair to make me understand it well. Because, Chair, for instance, now you've given work to an ad hoc committee, you have terms of reference, the topic is so enticing that the public gets concerned and they want to participate. From nowhere, you see, the team has come before you, but the rules are so strict. And yet, you know, as a parliament, sometimes, even without you going to the detail of attending to somebody's business, at least you do something as a parliament to appease those people, however shallow the worker may be. I don't know what the chair and the committee might have to say about this. So if we are going to be so strict,
which area is causing you discomfort?
I'm talking about the terms, understanding the terms of reference. If you are going to be given instructions, you don't act strictly. You must not act outside that. And yet, you know, Madam Speaker, usually when you give instructions, there are matters incidental. So I'm trying to be cautious a little. I hope I've understood it. I need some guidance.
Now, Honourable members, when the Speaker gives instructions, there is always that line, any matters incidental there too. It's always included in the instruction. Would the question that rules 195 and 196 be amended as proposed? Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 200.
Rule 200. Meetings of committees. Sub-rule 2. Delete the words in consultation with the Speaker. Justification. The harmonious relation between the chair and the deputy is an administrative matter and shouldn't involve the Speaker.
Members, I put the question that Rule 200 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. 205.
Rule 205. Special powers of committees. Substitute for paragraph E the following. E. Order for the arrest and confinement of a recalcitrant witness for purposes of investigation by a competent authority, or F. Cite any person for contempt of Parliament. Justification. For clarity on the arresting powers of the committee.
Members, question that Rule 205 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 209.
Rule 209. Examination on oath or affirmation. Insert a new sub-rule immediately after sub-rule 2 as follows. The oath or affirmation under this rule is prescribed under Appendix H to these rules. Justification for ease of reference.
Honourable members put the question that Rule 211 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Please have it.
Rule 211.
Oh, which did we did 209? Oh, no, sorry, I think I went ahead. I put the question that Rule 209 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 211.
Rule 211. Issue and service of summons. Sub-rule 1. Substitute for the words chairperson of the committee the words clerk to parliament under the direction of the speaker. Justification: to conform to section 9(1) of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 258, which requires summons to be signed by the clerk under the direction of the speaker.
Members, the question is that Rule 211 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 212.
Rule 212. Withdrawal of documents before committees. A. New sub-rule. Insert a new sub-rule immediately before sub-rule 1 as follows. The clerk to the committee shall receive all documents on behalf of the committee. B. Sub-rule 2. Substitute for sub-rule 2 the following. 2. A document received under sub-rule 1 shall only be withdrawn or amended with the knowledge and approval of the committee. Justification: to centralize receipt of documents and ease document tracing.
Members, I put the question that Rule 212 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 217.
Rule 217. Action taken reports. Delete the words "or committee" appearing in line 4. Justification: the recommendations of the committee ultimately have to be approved by the House for them to comprise the resolutions of the House for whose implementation status the action taken report exists.
Members, the question is that Rule 217 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. 218.
Rule 218. Consideration of the Treasury Memoranda. Substitute for the word submit appearing in the second line the word refer. Justification: for clarity.
Honourable members, put the question that Rule 219 be amended as proposed. No, 218 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 219.
Rule 219. Reconsidering a decision of the House. Substitute for sub-rule 2 the following. 2. Notwithstanding sub-rule 1, the House may reconsider its decision upon a substantive motion for the reconsideration, moved under notice of not less than 14 days. Justification: to provide for the procedure of amending a parliamentary resolution.
Members, I put the question that Rule 219 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Which ones are those? Two to four.
Rule 224. Records. Sub-rule 1. Substitute for the word things the word business. Justification: for grammatical appropriateness.
Members, I put the question that Rule 224 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Rule 231. Business of committee not to lapse on prorogation of the House. Sub-rule 2, substitute for the word dissolution appearing in the second line the word prorogation. Justification, to limit it to prorogation since Rule 232 effectively caters for dissolution.
For the question that Rule 231 be amended as proposed, those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. Appendix.
Appendix B, rules of procedure for the election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly. Rule 6, signatures supporting nominations. Sub-rule 1, substitute for 20 the word 5. Justification, to open up the political space and encourage as many candidates as possible. In the last election, there were 52 candidates, and the number is bound to increase.
It's about the number supporting the nominations. It's okay? Okay, honourable members, I put the question that the appendix B be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. There's a new sub-rule.
New sub-rule. Insert new sub-rules immediately after sub-rule 3 as follows. 4. Where a member nominates more than 9 candidates, the member shall be cited for contempt of parliament in accordance with Rule 221 and referred to the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline. E. The 10th candidate and subsequent candidates nominated by the members shall be granted 3 working days to find an alternative member to nominate them. Justification, to avoid multiple signatures and provide sanctions to members who breach the provision. Candidates who are affected by the actions of a member who nominates more than 9 members should be given the opportunity to rectify the problem.
Members put the question that, yes, Honorable Okon.
Madam Speaker, just out of curiosity, I would have loved to hear whether this has happened before from the chair. Just out of curiosity, I'm so interested whether this kind of thing has happened before, where a member has gone ahead to nominate more than 9 candidates. I don't know whether it has happened.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Silas Aogon was here in March of 2017 when we were holding elections for Yala, and so many candidates almost got disqualified because there were signatures of people who had already nominated 9, again nominating a 10th, 11th person. So, yes, what we are trying to cure is real. It is not imaginary. It has happened not once but several times.
Because, Chair, I don't know whether it is now not necessary. Yes, you are saying 9. For you also to be very clear with the minimum now, or it is the same thing. Because I get confused.
No, members, but
Anyway.
there are 9 delegates.
9.
There are 9 delegates. They are not more than that. Each country has 9.
Okay, but if the House is proper with it, taking it lightly, I think we take it the way the chair has
You know,
brought
you
it.
can get excited and you say, for me, I support everybody. Then you sign.
Yes, because, Chair, if I'm supporting my 9 candidates, what's wrong with it? And the constitutional, I have a right to support 9.
You support the 9, don't support the 10th and the 11th. That's what the chair is saying.
I hope so.
Yes. Honourable members, I put the question that a new rule be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Another new rule?
New sub-rule. Insert new sub-rules immediately after sub-rule 3 as follows. 4. Where a member nominates more than 9 candidates.
No. I think there's a new rule on
payment of
nomination fees.
New rule. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 6 as follows. Payment of nomination fee. A candidate is required to pay a nomination fee of Uganda shillings 3 million. Justification: to equate it to the parliamentary elections requirements.
Why? Honorable Namuyangu?
Right Honorable Speaker, first I want to know which institution will take this money. And number 2, I don't think it is fair just to say we are equating to Parliament, because we have just passed a law or an article which said we are reducing the number of the people nominating because we want to widen the scope, or we want to encourage many players. Now, again, if we put that figure, it's like we are now deleting what we have passed. This is going to limit so many people to really participate. And for me, I don't support the idea of paying.
Whether, have they been paying? I can't remember. Have they been paying nomination fees? Or this is new? Honorable Santa?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this proposal. Everywhere in this country, if you are contesting, you must pay. And the candidates for Yala have not been paying. Madam Speaker, yes, we have opened that so many members should contest, but I was even proposing that instead of only 3 million, it should be 5 million, Madam Chair. Reason being that when you look at our electoral processes, the LC, for example, LC3, they pay a certain amount, like 200. When you climb higher, you pay even a higher amount. And I want to believe that the Yala Parliament is above these national parliaments. So instead of them paying 3 million like us, they should pay 5 million, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Members, what I've been told that in the past there has not been nomination fees. You know, I was defeated on this issue of the 3 million. I thought it was high, but I was defeated in this house. So I accepted, but...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know if Parliament collects non-tax revenue. I just want to get clarification on that. But Madam Speaker, if members of Parliament can pay nomination fees, if even at the local government level people are paying nomination fees, I don't see any harm in charging a fee to be paid by these delegates who are going to represent the country. They're even higher than us, and they even earn more. So, to me, I think they cannot be equated to members of Parliament. They should pay more. I can go with the 5 million, but Madam Speaker, I think we need to be clear. Does Parliament collect non-tax revenue? Thank you.
Makmota, and then Babala.
Honorable Chair, this was a matter that the information I want to give is that this was a matter was almost controversial and spirited, debated, and the view that carried the day was that at the end of the day, Parliament is conducting this business. In the last election, there are so many members who actually came in. This is a poor country where we are trying to look for, we are borrowing, we are trying to look for money from different sources, taxing people, increasing taxes to raise revenue. So I think while there's need to open the door, there's also need to cover some of these costs, and if need, and actually the view of the committee was that this should be paid to the consolidated fund, because the money that we use here at Parliament to conduct this election is also coming from there. So that was the, so I guess that's the information I want to give. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know we may be interested in charging everything. We may be interested in getting money, but the problem now, the legality. Do we have the law? If we are talking about they must pay, we have the law. Remember, we have the Parliamentary Elections Act. Do we have an act that involves the election of these people for East African community? Does this talk about it, about that money? If it does not talk about it, then what is we starting now? Unless you have to amend. That becomes a big problem, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, for now, to propose, I know we have the money. Money can be there. Because I know even LOC is paying from LOC 1 up to the president. Now, but this one here, I don't know, I need to be helped to understand whether the law that is being used for electing them really allows us, gives a leeway for them to pay nomination fees. If it's not, Madam Speaker, I would propose that we drop it as early as now.
Additional information, Madam Speaker. Article 50 of the treaty, the East African Treaty, actually mandates Parliament to make, the national Parliament to make laws related to election of the members. Thank you.
You want to support the National Treasury through this nomination fee?
Yes, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I support the proposal. I think it's one missing or one of the unique things that has been happening with the election of our representatives to the East African Legislative Assembly. So the proposal will harmonize. Once we have passed here, it will bring the IALA delegates at par with the electoral processes in this country. Somebody was raising the question of the law and where this money will go. I think any money that goes to the consolidated fund account comes back to support the economy or the national budget. So there is no problem with collecting this, or Parliament helping government collect this money, and it is applied in our budget framework to support service delivery. Madam Speaker, this new proposal also will help us to know the kind of leaders who are aspiring to represent us in the regional assembly. In the last elections, we saw so many people coming here, some of whom had never had any experience of legislation or participated in any debate, but they wanted to go to the East African Legislative Assembly. So let us know the commitment of the individuals who are picking nomination forms by way of showing their financial commitment in supporting the Treasury. I thank you.
Honourable members, can I know how would the money move from here to the consolidated fund? Is it going to the EC? Is it going where? How does it move there? Yes.
Madam Speaker, my worry, whereas we can talk about the money that is paid by those candidates who are intending to contest for MP, and that one is under the Parliamentary Act. I would now wonder which act directly this money will be appearing under. Are we going to use the rules to prescribe monies being paid by candidates? I want now to try to talk like a landy friend. Because, Madam Speaker, for IALA elections, I think we have a charter. There's no direct act for us here. That's what I'm thinking. I need to be educated about it. How then do we use rules to prescribe a fee for people to pay? And then if you pay, who uses the money? How does it leave this place and go to the consolidated fund? So I think maybe it's something that we need. It may be a good idea, but for another day. So in my opinion, Madam Speaker, it would be good for us to stay on this matter, have a better understanding about it. Otherwise, we can easily have legal challenges. Somebody can easily go to court. Yes, and then we shall be stuck. I thank you.
Does the chair have a feedback on the rationale, the modalities?
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would really be very shocked if the government took itself to court for collecting taxes. It just doesn't sound plausible at all. But secondly, just like parliamentary candidates are assessed by the Electoral Commission, and we pay this money to the bank, to a given account, the same can apply to members of EALA. The Electoral Commission is funded by this parliament. The Electoral Commission is fully funded by this parliament to hold elections. So why do they charge members wishing to contest 3 million all the way down to sub-county councillors? Why do they charge that money, and yet we have provided them with money? Because they're raising revenue. And in this case, Parliament, that money would be paid to, through a system of assessment that is paid to the bank to a specific account. And as my vice has pointed out, this Article 50 of the EA Treaty allows Parliament to do this. We are not doing it illegally, but it allows us to prescribe rules for the election of members of EALA. So if we do not want to do it, we can just say we don't want to do it, but we should not say we are not going to do it because we do not have the capacity or the empowerment to do it. Yes, we do. Information.
Honorable Otto and then Honorable Yomusi.
Madam Speaker, under Article, first of all, our assumption was that just like other payments that have been made, you go, and I know there's a process where the member you produce the receipt after an assessment, the URI is done with the specific amount that you need to pay, if our rules say that. We thought that. But under Article 150, in addition to Article 50 of the treaty, under one article of the treaty, under which empowers Parliament to make its own rules with respect to election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly, with respect to fund, under Article 153, which talks about the consolidated fund, there shall be a consolidated fund in which shall be paid all revenues or monies raised or received for the purpose of, or on behalf of, or in trust of the government, and Parliament being, I guess, another branch of government. I don't know whether this is not covered. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, the money would be collected by the URA and transferred to the consolidated fund. So it can be done.
Right Honourable Speaker, you had given me...
Yes, Honourable Wariomusi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I find no problem with the aspirants for IARA paying a nomination fee like all the other elected candidates do. And like you have properly guided, the clerk parliament can issue guidelines on how this payment can be done by providing details of bank accounts. And by the time the candidate comes for nomination, he or she comes with a receipt that he or she has paid. And I think that can be done. On whether we need an additional law for this, I don't think we do, because the treaty already, Section 50, empowers Parliament to elect members of IALA, and the rules of procedure of Parliament have the same force of law, like an act of Parliament. Therefore, I think it is correct that we can make a provision in our rules and we carry the same force. So we don't need to enact a different law to provide for this. And I would go with the committee's recommendation of 3 million. Let's not also prohibit members of the public from contesting for these positions. I thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm not trying to so much run away from what the minister has proposed. But my issue is, when we proposed the 3 million that parliamentarians here paid, or are supposed to be paying always, it was not put in the rules. It was in a different law. How different is this from what we are supposed to be doing? That is the question. We didn't prescribe our figure in the rules. We used a specific law. Shall we be proceeding well if we decided to do it the way we are trying to?
This is an act of parliament. This is an act of parliament.
I do agree, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering why they didn't put the other figure of ours in the rules.
Honourable members, I put the question that need will be introduced as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. The mechanics shall leave to the clerk to handle. Let's go to Rule 7.
Rule 7, withdrawal or death of a candidate. A, Subrule 4. Substitute Subrule 4. Substitute for Subrule 4 the following. 4. Where a nominee withdraws or dies before the election, the Speaker shall inform the House and the clerk shall reopen nominations to enable a new candidate to be nominated. B, new subrule. Insert a new subrule immediately after Subrule 4 as follows. The fresh nomination shall only be open to a person belonging to a political party, gender, shades of opinion, or other interest groups in which the deceased nominee belonged. Rule 10. Verification of nominees. No.
Honourable members, I put the question that Rule 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I also put the question that a new sub-rule be introduced after Rule 7. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. Rule 10.
Rule 10. Insert a new sub-rule immediately after Subrule 2 to read as follows. The chairperson of the verification committee or any other authorized member of the verification committee shall submit the names of the successfully nominated candidates to the clerk to Parliament.
Members, I put the question that Rule 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. Rule 13.
Rule 13. Election of members of the Assembly. Substitute the head note of Rule 13 with the Speaker to ensure compliance with Article 51 of the EAC Treaty.
Members, I put the question that Rule 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. Rule 14.
Rule 14. Declaration of elected members. Substitute for Subrule 1 the following. 1. The Speaker shall announce to the House the results of the election conducted under Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure in accordance with Article 50 of the EAC Treaty. Justification: for proper cross-referencing and ensure compliance with Article 50 of the EAC Treaty at the end.
Members have put the question that Rule 14 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. Appendix G.
Appendix G. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it would really be necessary to read the entire appendix as it is reprinted here, because I could actually summarize and capture the amendment which is proposed here without necessarily reading all of it. But if it's
just read the amendment to us what you're amending.
Okay. Appendix G, Rules of Electronic Coverage of Parliamentary Proceedings. 1. Objective: the clerk shall seek to give a full, balanced, fair and accurate account of the proceedings of the House with the aim of informing viewers about the work of the House. 2. Dignity of the House: in covering the proceedings of the House, the clerk shall have regard to the dignity of the House and its functions as a legislature rather than a place of entertainment. 3. Restricting filming of certain parts of the chamber. 1. The press and public galleries, the officials, and the area behind the Speaker's chair, not being directly related to proceedings, shall not be shown other than unavoidably as part of the wide-angle or other authorized shots of the chamber. 2. Great care shall be exercised in showing the Speaker. Shots designed to show the Speaker receiving advice from a clerk at table shall not be used. Officers of the House and chamber attendants attending in the chamber should not normally be shown other than unavoidably as part of the wide angle or other authorized shots of the chamber. 3. During divisions, a wide angle shot of the chamber may be used. In addition, the following events relating to divisions may be shown using the standard format. That is to say, secondment of a motion by a member or members, the putting of the question, the announcement of the names of the tellers, any points of order which may arise, together with any response by the chair, and the announcement by the tellers and the chair of the voting figures. 4. In no circumstances should close-up shots of members or officers' papers be taken. 4. Style and presentation. 1. The standard format for depicting the member who has the floor shall be a head and shoulders shot, not a close-up. 2. The camera shall normally remain on the member speaking until he or she has finished. 3. Wide-angle shots of the chamber may be used from time to time, such as when the gallery camera focuses on a member who has just been called, moving a motion, or at the time when no single member has the floor, and to establish the geography of the House for the benefit of viewers, or to establish members wishing to contribute to a debate. 4. As a matter of general practice, the gallery camera shall focus on a member whenever he or she rises, and this principle should be applied all the more strictly during incidents of disorder. 5. Occasional cutaway shots to illustrate individual reactions shall be allowed, but only to show a member who has been referred to by the member speaking. 6. Medium angle shots, including over-the-shoulder shots, are permissible where the gallery camera shows both the member who has the floor and another member intervening or seeking to do so. 7. occasional group shots midway between the standard head and shoulder shots at the wide angle shot shall be permitted, and such shots may be used either for the purposes of showing the reactions of a group of members or in order to establish the geography of a particular part of the chamber. 5. Special camera techniques. 1. In no circumstances are split screen shots to be used. 2. Panning shots along the benches shall not normally be used. 3. Occasional zoom shots are permitted. 6. Disorder in the galleries. 1. Neither interruptions from nor demonstrations in the galleries are proceedings, and as such they shall in no circumstances be televised. 2. If an incident of the sort described in subparagraph 1 occurs in such a way as to interfere with an otherwise permissible shot, the gallery camera shall show a wide-angle shot of the chamber which does not show the offending incident or focus on the speaker. 7. Disorder on the floor of the House. 1. Televising may continue during incidents of grave disorder or unparliamentary behavior for as long as the sitting continues, but subject to the following guidelines. A. On occasions of grave disorder, the gallery camera shall normally focus on the speaker for as long as proceedings continue or until order has been restored. B. In case of unparliamentary behavior, the gallery camera shall normally focus on the speaker and shall certainly do so if he or she rises, but occasional wide-angle shots of the chamber are acceptable. 2. For purposes of paragraph 1, A grave disorder means incidents of individual but more likely collective misconduct or serious disruptive nature as to place in jeopardy the continuation of the sitting. B. Unparliamentary behavior means any conduct which amounts to defiance of the chair but which falls short of grave disorder. 8. The use of signals by broadcasters. 1. Extracts of parliamentary proceedings may be used for information, education, and news purposes. 2. No extracts of parliamentary proceedings may be used in any light entertainment program or in a program of political satire.
Honourable members, you have heard the proposals. Put the question that Appendix G be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I have it. New appendix.
New appendix. Insert a new appendix immediately after Appendix G to prescribe the oath and affirmation. Appendix H, Rule 209. Oath and affirmation. Part A, oath. The oath of affirmation would go as follows. I, the member taking the oath, do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give touching the matter before the parliamentary committee on, for example, rules, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. A witness signature sworn before and for clerk to parliament, dated on this 5th day of March 2021.
I don't know whether, Chair, you don't need to add Allah because you might have a Muslim taking the oath. Okay. I don't know whether you may not want to put so help me God stroke Allah. I don't know. I don't know whether the Muslims mind.
Madam Speaker, with your permission and permission of the House, I will do so.
B, okay. Okay, I'm told they are on the next one, on affirmation. Also, the members, Appendix H has two parts. There is part A for the oath, which has been presented. Can you present part B? Honorable, present part B as well.
Part B. Part B, affirmation. I, the member taking the oath, do solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give touching the matter before the Parliamentary Committee on Rules shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Witness signature sworn before for the clerk to Parliament, dated this 5th day of April 2021.
The affirmation does not refer to God or Allah or anything.
Yeah, the
one affirming does not refer to Allah. I just don't want to discriminate against anybody.
Oh, just a moment.
Okay, when the members put the question? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, there was just a page missing from my copy of proposed amendments. But in the affirmation, it then ends with, "So help me Allah," in the affirmation, the second oath, and witness signature sworn before for clerk to Parliament and dated on that specific date.
Okay, the members have put the question that Appendix B be amended as proposed. Those in favor say, Appendix H be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. Now we had some matters we had stood over. I don't know whether we can take them and then take a small break. We had
Madam Speaker,
5, I think.
we stood over sub-rule 4 of rule 3, sub-rule 4, which read as follows: substitute for sub-rule 4 the following new sub-rules. 4. Where a member has not taken oath prior to the first sitting of Parliament, the member shall take the oath administered by the clerk before the House. 5. Notwithstanding sub-rule 4, a member may take oath in any other manner as may be determined by the Speaker, where A. Parliament is on recess, or B. The member is unable to take oath within the precincts of Parliament due to circumstances beyond the control of the member.
I think we had passed that one. I think we had stood over 5. I think
Okay.
we had finished with that one.
Okay.
And then we had gone to 5.
Sub-rule 5, election of Speaker. A. Sub-rule 2. Substitute for sub-rule 2 the following. A person is not qualified to be elected as Speaker if he or she A. is a Vice President, Prime Minister, or a Minister, or B. campaigns or causes campaigns for his or her election, save for the procedure provided for under sub-rule 8. Justification: to disallow campaigns for the office of Speaker, since this is an honorable office of service. B. Sub-Rule 7. Substitute for presiding officer the words person presiding. Justification: to ensure consistency usage of the phrase person presiding as defined under Sub-Rule 16 of Rule 5 and as used in Sub-Rules 12, 13b, c, f, and g. C. New Sub-Rule. Insert a new Sub-Rule immediately after Sub-Rule 16 as follows. The oath of Speaker or oath of Deputy Speaker shall be administered by the President or a person authorized by the President. Justification: to conform to Section 2 of the Oath Act, Cap 19.
Information. Yes, Honorable
Chair, I'm sorry to take you back with respect to the affirmation and oath. Chair, normally an oath is given, and in the part where you say, so help me God, if somebody wants to say Allah, in an oath you say it then. But the affirmation, the purpose of an affirmation, and in this case we actually put Allah, but affirmation is normally for, especially in those countries where they are non-believers, and they don't believe in Allah, God, or what. They don't want to go under. There are such people, and that is where affirmation comes in. So I think there's a bit of a technical problem here where we could provide under that oath. You could actually give the person the option of saying, so help me God. And we also think that God, depending whether you're Christian, even Allah is God in English. So, but I think affirmation is for where conscience, somebody has a problem with. There are people who are non-believers. So, and I've double-checked that, and I think we probably need to correct that. Thank you. Chair, if you even look at it, says in law, affirmation is a solemn declaration allowed to those who conscientiously object to taking an oath. An affirmation has exactly the same legal effect as an oath, but is usually taken to avoid religious implication of an oath. It is thus legally binding, but not considered a religious oath. And I think this is the practice normally in court. So I would think that
the Muslim will be happy to say, so help me God.
Under the oath, when you've said all those words, when it comes to the part where you're saying, so help me God, if you want to say, so help me Allah, that provision for Allah should be provided there for the Muslim. But for affirmation, it should just be for people who are non-believers. And it's not very common here, but that is really, even when you look at it, that is what it is intended. Thank you.
That's what I had asked before, that after so help me God, where are the Muslims? That's what I asked.
The answer,
so let's have so help me God stroke Allah.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, let the clerk make that correction.
Madam Chair.
Wait, we are still on this side. Let's finish here.
Madam Chair, I agree with the Vice Chairman. When you are talking about affirmation, you don't believe in the existence of God or Allah. You don't believe in it. You only believe in yourself, but you are the only one. That's why here in our rules, we should be very, very clear by saying, if somebody is affirming, specifically, there's nothing like he's saying, you are going to say, help me God or whatever. It's not there.
Okay.
It's not there.
What we have said is that let us put the Allah near the God, near the oath. And if the affirmation alone, we have already taken that decision. Yes.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. So, are you still on the same subject?
Honorable Speaker, I heard the argument by Honorable, the Canadian, on affirmation. Honorable Speaker, in this country, the Republic of Uganda, whose guiding principle is for God and country, are we going to provide for people to come and swear for people who do not believe in God? If they are there, they have no business in becoming leaders in this nation. Let them go and do something else rather than come and be leaders, because we are a people who believe in God.
Now,
so we should not provide for affirmation in this rule.
Honour members, Uganda is a secular state. We don't have a state religion, so people are free to believe the way they want. So let us not curtail them, please.
Madam Speaker.
I think we are finished with the area. Honour members, you are now confusing us. We are finished with the oath and Allah. We are finished. God and Allah are under the oath, then the affirmation will live on their own. That one we have agreed. Yes. Now let us concentrate on Rule 5. Rule 5.
Madam Chair, at the time you had given me the floor, the issue was about campaign or no campaign, and that's what I wanted to speak to. My concern is whether it is possible for us to qualify what amounts to campaign, because I want to believe there's a harsh penalty.
No, by the way,
should this
before
rule
you
pass?
go far,
Yes.
The committee was supposed to come with a new proposal. That's why we adjourned. Did the committee come up with the proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the offending proposal was B of sub-rule 5, which simply states campaigns or causes campaigns for his or her election, save for the procedure provided for under sub-rule 8. So the proposal that the committee came up with is that B, publicly campaigns or causes campaigns for his or her election in a manner which is in breach of Rule 8.4 of the Rules of Parliament, of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, save for the procedure provided for under sub-rule 8. So by so doing, we would bring this under Rule 8.4. So, by proposing that amendment, we would actually be subjecting campaigns or members who campaign for candidates under Rule 84, Appendix F of our Rules of Procedure.
No.
I'm happy that the chair and the team went into that detail. But now my concern is, where we have decided to prohibit, I feel we should also be able to institute penalties, because I don't think it goes just in vain. So it would be proper, in my opinion, that this House knows the stipulated penalties. For instance, you are disqualified permanently from participating in the race. So what are the proposed penalties now that we are prohibiting? I think maybe it will help us more. I beg to know.
Honorable Bala Mwiru.
Madam Chair, I thank you so much. But the election of a speaker, we are talking about, these are politicians. We must get to know that from there. We must get to know these are politicians, these are leaders who came here through the campaign process. And now they're here, we are saying, the way you campaign, you don't know campaign like this, like that. Although it is a bit challenging to me. That's why I was having an opinion that maybe there should be, for us to put a serious statement there, like my brother Silas was saying, that there must be penalties. The question, who will enforce them? That could be one. I need to be helped. Number two, when you look at that the different camps, they are looking for votes. My opinion is that let us only put the minimum standards, not specifically to say, thou shalt not. That will bring in a big problem in the campaign, during the campaign process. I thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Muiru.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. I've been, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, grappling how there can be no campaigns for an elective office. But as I'm coming to terms with what we are dealing with, I think we need to come up with a code of conduct of the participants in the race of the Speaker. What are the limitations to maintain the decorum of the office? I think what I wanted to invite the House that maybe we go to the code of conduct of the campaigns, the conduct of the campaign, other than taking that direction. Because if it is, assuming I've just come from Jinja, I'm not known, and I must participate in the race of the speakership, and I'm not supposed to campaign, I see those limitations in my view. Maybe what we can limit is that even when I'm coming from Jinja, the village, when I come here, I must conduct myself as someone who is seeking the office of the speakership. In terms of decorum, in terms of what I speak, I beg to submit.
Madam, in coming with that proposal that my chair has stated, we actually realized that actually the code of conduct under Appendix F are very elaborative. When you talk about public trust, members shall at all times conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never undertake any action which may bring the House or its members generally into disrepute. Corruption is provided for the acceptance of a member of a bribe or to influence or use of conduct as a member, including any fee, compensation, reward. Madam Speaker, I can go through all the codes of conduct under Appendix F, and it is actually very elaborate. The challenge we have had of two folds. One is that, I think this applies generally, and I think we are even talking of a specific recommendation. Now that we have the Honorable Itwala Kadaga's Institute, this business of inducting members and training and getting them to know the rules, just like we have done for the exiting members, needs to be an ongoing business so that members are informed right from the beginning and continuously. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges we have had, it is not even the rules, even the issues we are dealing with right now. Our biggest problem is that members like to whine sometimes, but they are not bold enough to come and raise the matter here, so that the matter is referred to the committee by the order of the House, as the rule provides. But otherwise, the rules are there. But in many cases, because the committee, only conducts business by the order of the House, we end up, in most cases, not having this matter referred to us because they should be referred by members. So this is another area that we need to deal with. Otherwise, under Appendix F, if you look at it, I will not go into all the, but most of these concerns can be addressed. And actually, with respect to what penalty or punishment, it is just like the way we have been dealing with other disciplinary matters. The committee, at its discretion, looking at the magnitude of the problem, can actually come out with recommendations. And the rule, even under Appendix X, allows where the rule does not provide the practices in other Commonwealth jurisdictions can be applied, and the Speaker can also guide in that respect. So, for me, I think it is just taking that bold step to make sure that we set an example and get these members to respect our rules. Thank you.
No, now you are part of the committee. Are you now abandoning your proposal? Tell us how to move. Either we leave the old one and say you must abide by the code of conduct or something. Because if you also argue, we don't know whether to stay with you or to go
our position is that with respect to this matter, instead of coming with another proposal, our proposal is we subject it to Rule 84 and Appendix F. And we leave it like that. Instead of trying to bring...
Can you speak your proposal so that we hear?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, actually...
You have just arrived, please, you have just come, please.
What the committee would now propose, and I think what is causing all this problem is that all of this is still under Sub-Rule 2. So if we could leave Sub-Rule 2 as it was before, which is a person is not qualified to be elected as Speaker if he or she is a Vice President, Prime Minister, or a Minister. Then we insert a new Sub-Rule 3, which would say a person who publicly campaigns or causes campaigns for his or her agent in a manner which is in breach of Rule 84 of the Rules of Parliament shall be subject to the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament. That can be redrafted to capture that separately from using prohibition as applicable to, but what we are doing now is subjecting the member to our Code of Conduct as it is in the current rules of procedure. So Rule 2, Sub-Rule 2 of 5 remains as it was before. Now this is a new sub-rule which applies to the manner in which the members conduct their campaigns as Sub-Rule 3 of Rule 5.
So, no, let's move. I think we have made progress. The word prohibition has been moved. So I put the question that...
I know members are hurrying, but they don't know what they are going for. You can hurry, but you hurry for a bit. Madam Speaker, constitutionally, first of all, people have what they call freedom of what? Speech. There's also freedom of what? Expression. And then, yes, we are talking of code of conduct. So I'm only trying to share and see whether it's possible to have the rules committee have a say in this thing, so that somebody is subjected to some sort of hearing before a decision is taken. Because in my opinion, it's very difficult to judge the good from the bad. Imagine you have gone very far and you see that people are almost electing you, and then you are struck down by just a simple thing. How will you feel? So I want us to give due attention to this particular provision. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think the fear that Honorable Augon is expressing is what we have just eliminated.
Yes.
We've just eliminated that. We have left Rule 5, Sub-Rule 2 as it was before, and we have now put this conduct, this provision pertaining to conduct, is a new Sub-Rule 3 standing alone. Therefore, it no longer contains the disqualification part. That is for Sub-Rule 2. This is now Sub-Rule 3. So I think that is...
Honourable members, I put the question that Rule 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Then there was the other new rule. There was another new rule.
New rule.
Resignation, etc.
Resignation of Speaker or Deputy Speaker. Insert a new rule immediately after Rule 7 as follows. Resignation of Speaker or Deputy Speaker. A Speaker or Deputy Speaker who intends to resign from his or her office shall submit a letter of resignation addressed to the Clerk to Parliament. Upon receipt of a letter of resignation, the Clerk to Parliament shall, without delay, A, in the case of resignation by the Speaker, inform the Deputy Speaker, or B, in the case of resignation by the Deputy Speaker, inform the Speaker. 3, the Speaker or Deputy Speaker, as the case may be, shall notify the House of their resignation within 7 days. 4, in accordance with Rule 5.3 and 6.4, the business of the next sitting of Parliament after the resignation of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall be the election of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker, as the case may be. Justification: to provide for the procedure of resignation of a Speaker and Deputy Speaker, which the rules are silent about. The rules only provide for the impeachment of Speaker or Deputy Speaker under Rule 107.
Madam Speaker, I rise to object to that provision on resignation. My memory is fresh. When we had a good speaker here in the names of the Right Honorable Speaker James Wapakabulo, there must have been a lot of undercurrents. And I saw a speaker resigning and taking up the position of a minister. And of course, in terms of hierarchy, a minister is far below the speaker. With this, the nature of politics we do in Africa, Honorable Speaker, that's why actually this one takes me to like, there was a schedule where we were proposing that we change the procedure where the speaker takes oath before the Chief Justice, then we go to the President as it is in the schedule. If you look at other jurisdictions like Kenya, whenever they would appoint judges and the President would appoint the Judicial Service Commission, the judges tended to think that they are serving under the favor of the President. It took Kenya to do an amendment to strike out the involvement of the President so that there is independence. I want to object to that proposal, that actually we leave it the way it is, because when you read Article 86 of our Constitution, it gives the jurisdiction to our High Courts to determine whether there is a vacance of the Speaker. But this business of resignation, a matter can appear here and then there is too much pressure. Then the next thing we shall hear that the Honorable Speaker, Rebecca Itwala Kadaga, has tendered in her resignation. Not under your will, but under the circumstances which exist. I beg to submit.
Madam Speaker, I think we're thinking together. My head, the way is exactly what you're saying. I only want to add to say, Madam Speaker, you know, when you talk about the very word, somebody was to resign. 7 days, so many days. Assuming the Speaker of that time is very, very dangerous. A lot of damage that will have taken within the 7 days will be enormous. That's why for me, let me go back and say, the position that my brother here has actually raised, which actually I was thinking in the same manner, is in fact knocks the other one down. So implying that this one is the best because this is within a law. The other one, in my opinion, is going to cause a lot of problems as far as the work is concerned.
But I wish you could give proposals instead of debating. What are your proposals, the concrete proposals?
Madam Speaker, that's a great guidance. My proposal is for whoever is to resign to make their resignation to the clerk. I don't know whether I got the chair properly. Because I am wondering how a speaker can write a resignation to the deputy, if I got the submission well. Yes. Yes. So I think we need to check what the Constitution says, because I want to believe this is already in the Constitution. And if the Constitution provides that we write to the clerk, I think that is okay. And we will take it the way it has come. And I'm comfortable with the 7 days, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, because at least somebody needs to give the House time to prepare that there's a gap. So I think that 7 days means something. It's only proper we maintain the 7 days, in my opinion.
My proposal, Right Honourable Speaker,
Honourable Jova, then Honourable Amangin.
My proposal, Right Honourable Speaker,
It was me first.
is that we drop the amendment. There is no mischief which we are intending to address. My stay in Parliament, I have not seen a Speaker or Deputy Speaker who has wanted to resign, and he doesn't know where to take the letter or what to do to effect that resignation. To me, that amendment smacks of a move at one point to force a Speaker to resign. I beg submission.
Honourable Jova? But you are a member of the committee.
I'm not a member of the committee.
Oh, okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, it has not happened, but it may happen. And we make these rules to handle, to anticipate situations, though I know that we don't make laws in anticipation. Right Honourable Speaker, I am wondering, we have three arms of government. Yes, they are independent, but they work together. And we know that the people, the party in power, the government, will have proposed the position of Speaker, though we may not, we have a right to choose, but that working relationship. So I'm wondering, if one is a Speaker and they have to resign, is it not proper that the head of state should be notified? For what? For order in managing, in governance. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to propose that the Speaker may write to the clerk, copy to the Deputy Speaker and to the head of state. I beg to submit.
Honourable members, really, let me try to clarify on something. All that the committee was doing by introducing this rule was simply to align our rules of procedure to the other existing laws. This provision that we now want to make part of our rules is contained in Article 82. It is contained in Article 82 of our Constitution. 82(7)(c). So whether we do not put it in the rules or we put it, it is there. Now, we either, if we are for some reason just uncomfortable with it, we either leave it completely, but we cannot make any amendments to it beyond what we have here, because the Constitution says if he or she resigns his or her office by writing signed by him or her addressed to the Clerk of Parliament, and that we capture here. So all we are trying to do is really align our rules of procedure to the Constitution. It's not as if we are introducing something because we anticipate something. No. This, like article, like rule 107, which provides for impeachment of the Speaker. Now, in this rule, we provide for resignation, and impeachment has all those provisions of 7 days, everything as it is put here. So if members are uncomfortable with this provision in the rules, I suggest that we either take it as it is or we just drop it. But I cannot suggest any amendment beyond what we have here because it would be unconstitutional.
Okay, honour members, I think it's better if we leave it because it's there in the Constitution. I think let's not complicate our lives by going into gerrymandering.
Madam Speaker, I concede.
Okay. So, honour members, I think we have now completed consideration of the rules. I want to thank you very much for your participation.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have a slight amendment to Rule 2, which is on the definitions. And this is on the word clerk. I would suggest that we substitute for the definition of the word clerk the following: that clerk means the clerk to Parliament, period. Justification: for consistency with Section 1 of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act. That's for consistency, Right Honourable Speaker.
Where is that? Where is that?
That clerk means the clerk to Parliament.
What
on page
what had been
1178, Rule 2, interpretation.
But is that part of what was brought to the committee? Honour members, we have completed consideration of the rules. I want to thank you very much. Of course, we have taken a decision on the issue of the review of the composition, structure, and functions of the committees. So I think for now we have done that. I want to thank you so much for the work done this morning and this afternoon. We would want to suspend for about 1 hour so that we can catch up with a number of reports. But before we leave, I wanted to announce the sad news from the Honorable Mawanda. He has lost his father, Lay Canon Daniel K. Maranga. Of course, he has just died, so he has not yet got the dates for the burial, but he wanted us to know that he has been bereaved. So let me invite the members to stand up for 1 minute of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Now, members have suspended to 5 p.m.
Of the day